Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the July 30 Planning Board meeting. Just a couple of announcements. I am actually going to be here till 12:30, and then I've got to unfortunately leave for a flight, but fortunately Jonathan is here, so we'll have 6. Before I turn it over to the city attorney, can I just get a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting, the after action report?
Motion to approve?
Okay, can I get a second?
One question.
Oh.
I was actually here, and it's saying that I was not.
For which item is that?
Okay, can we amend them to reflect that she was here?
Maybe it's just when we took the motion.
Yeah, we'll correct that then.
Okay, all right, with that correction, can I get a second? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, great. Mr. City Attorney?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the board, members of the public. Today's meeting of the Planning Board will be conducted in a hybrid format with the board physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. To participate virtually in today's meeting, the public may dial 1-877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 861-4342-6327#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 861-4342-6327. Anyone wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Lastly, I'd like to swear in anyone who will be providing testimony today, including staff. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, thank you. And just 2 small updates. I am, to accommodate some specific requests, we're going to move item 8 to now be item 7, and item 11 is going to be moved to item 8. So with that, we'll start with requests for continuances. First is Planning Board File PB 230625, 1515 Washington Avenue, New Hotel.
Mr. Chairman, just to make sure everybody's clear, I'll give the file numbers for the items you noted because we have had some different agendas that were published and
Okay.
changed around. So as you mentioned, after we get through the request for continuances, deferments, and other, we're going to go to the progress report, which is for 743 Washington Avenue. After that, we're going to go to PB 240680, which is the 2201 Collins Avenue, W Hotel, change of name. Then after that, we're going to do the lot split, which is 16, 18, 22, and 24 Lagore Circle. And after that, we'll continue with the regular agenda, which is the revocation modification hearing for the Good Time Hotel. So with that, going back to request for continuances and deferments, this application, PB 23-0625 for 1509 to 1515 Washington Avenue and 1500 Collins Avenue. The applicant has requested a deferment. In a deferment, no action is required by the board, and they have to renotice the entire application. It just preserves the file number and allows them to renotice when they decide they want to come back to the board. At this time, we anticipate them coming to the board and advertising for the October 29th meeting. So no action is required on that item. And the next application is PB 23-0643, which is for 1212 Lincoln Road and 1600 to 1628 Alton Road. This is the paddle courts. Again, this applicant is also deferred the application, so no action is required by the board. It's anticipated this will come to the board and December 19th. The next application, which is a request for continuance, I believe, is the applicant here for the Palomar Hotel at 1750 Alton Road. This is PB 23-0609.
Good morning, Emily Balter, Burkhardt, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tappanes, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Michael, I believe we also submitted a deferral for this application because we had exceeded the number of days in which to seek a continuance, so we submitted the request for a deferral, so there's no action required of this board, but we are going to be renoticing to come back before you in September.
Okay, I didn't see that. So with that, I'll assume that you have submitted the deferral request. So again, no action is required by the board on that item, which is again PB 23-0609 for the Palomar Hotel. With that, we do have a request for continuance now, which is for the Anglers Hotel, which is PB 22-0539 for 600 to 660 Washington Avenue. I believe you're requesting a continuance to the September meeting.
Correct. Again, Emily Balter, Burkhardt, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tappanes, opposite 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Yes, we're working closely with our neighbors, and we'd like to have an opportunity to meet with them when they return from their vacations. So we'd like to come before you in September once we know, and we're able to meet with them and they know how they respond to the application.
Okay, anyone here to comment on this request? Anyone on Zoom?
Give me a second, let me just check.
Can I add, what's the difference between a deferral and a
So a
continuance?
deferral is as of right, so the board does not have to take any public comment, and the board cannot take action to say you cannot defer the application. So it's allowed one time as of right, the applicant pays a fee, provides a letter, and then they, at their own discretion, or when they decide to, notice it for a future date. It's only allowed one time. After that, they would have to request a continuance.
Got it. Anyone on Zoom?
So there are two people with their hand raised on Zoom. Now, this would be only to speak about the request for continuance.
Right.
The first person I'll call on is Charles Fisher.
Hi, all. This is Charles Fisher. I guess I'm just going to speak against the continuance. I feel like, I live at 635 Euclid Avenue. I spoke to a lot of y'all about the Good Time Hotel. We've had, as you guys are aware, all the issues we've had with the Good Time Hotel. One of the major issues we had is as the Good Time Hotel's process was going through, and I don't have a timer, so just let me know when I hit 2 minutes, but when the Good Time Hotel process was going through, there was all these continuances. And so, here's a couple of people have taken off of work to attend this Zoom meeting, and now we have another continuance. It feels like we're heading down the same path that we had before. And I'm not on vacation. I don't know what she means by get back up from vacation, but I'm here. And I know a lot of my other owners in the building are here. So we obviously, or I obviously, would oppose an outdoor entertainment on the roof for the Angler Hotel, which is closer to our building. And this whole kind of continuance game that attorneys that we play ends up just delaying until there's a time when I can't take off of work and I can't speak against it. So I just want to make that point. I don't know that it's a problem to have a continuance, but it feels like here we go with a couple people take off work to come speak about the Angler, and now we're doing the continuance to I don't know what to get their to lobby more or something like that. So that's my one point around, I guess, the continuance. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. I assume that nothing's operating on the rooftop pending the continuance. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean,
All
I
right.
don't have any approval
Okay.
for
All right.
outdoor entertainment.
Okay.
We do have another caller, Johan Moore.
Yes, good morning, board members and staff. I too would argue against the continuance stance as being fundamentally unfair to residents. Developers pay attorneys to appear at these meetings. They have nothing else or better to do. Our residents take time out from their pleasures or employment-seeking activities in order to come to testify at these meetings. Meridian Court community opposes any rooftop entertainment being permitted. And while Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association has not, to my knowledge taken a position on the Anglers Hotel, I believe I can confidently say that the neighborhood as a large, at large, and the neighborhood association do not support CUPs that will permit noise, nuisance noise intrusion into our neighborhood. When the business model depends on the noise, the developer is the only one who profits. Obviously, staff and employees profit as well, but the neighbors, the residents, are in no way benefited by that noise. And I urge that if a continuance must be granted, that you reject this application in September. Otherwise, I urge you to do so now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else?
We have two more callers. The next person is George.
And George, before you begin, please state your full name for the record. George, can you unmute yourself?
Let's go to the next caller. We'll come back to George. Next caller is Marc Antoine.
Good morning to everyone. This is Marc-Antoine Damido. I'm the president of the HOA at 635 Euclid Avenue. I just want to say that I am on a holiday, but I'm taking some time off of my time off to be with you and to listen to everything that has to do with the Good Time Hotel or the Anglers Hotel. I support what Charles Fisher said. We are in the same building, and this is the Good Time Hotel. Outdoor entertainment is disruptive, has been disruptive up until now. I did call code compliance last weekend. I was in Miami on Saturday last weekend, and it was busy. It was noisy. It was going through my windows, closed windows, on a Saturday. The last CUP was, I think, 2 weekends a month authorization for this noise. And I just want to make sure that the board knows that we are here and we're living through this, and we have to make sure that it is and stays in line with the CUP that's in place, or goes back to just ambient noise levels. Thank you.
Mr. Anton, let me clarify for you. The application before us now is not for the Good Time Hotel that you're speaking about. We're talking about the Anglers Hotel at 600 on Washington Avenue.
Correct. The Anglers Hotel has, so far, if I'm not mistaken, a CUP that provides and allows recorded. They
don't have a CUP that allows them to have entertainment.
Okay, they have currently some recorded music that's being played on the pool deck.
Yeah, the code. So just so that everybody knows, the code does allow ambient background music.
Right.
That is not
No live music.
Right. No like entertainment level music.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And this, so far, the Anglers has been extremely respectful of this, and we've never had, and I've never heard a single complaint in our HOA about the Anglers Hotel. That being said, the request for live entertainment, which means a live DJ playing music, how it's been portrayed to me by Fernando, the GM of the Anglers, was that it would be exactly the same level of ambient music. It would not have any elevation of noise, which I find astonishing in a way. Why would you have a live DJ if it's not to pump up the jam a bit? So and I know the HOA would be completely against that.
This isn't the hearing on the actual CUP. This is just on the request for continuance. So we're gonna move on. But thank you. And when the actual hearing comes up, then that's when you would want to voice all these thoughts and opinions. Okay.
Okay. With that, we do not have any other callers online. And just to clarify, based upon the information provided as part of the application, our recommendation was denial of the application, but we have no objection to this request for continuance. This would be the first request for continuance.
Right. And that's my view. are we done with callers?
Yes, no other callers.
Okay, just
on
my
the-
thoughts is, it's their first request, and as long as there's no pending activity on the roof during a time when they want to try to work a deal with the neighbors, my inclination is to grant them the continuance, but I'll start with Scott if you have any questions, or go down the row.
No, like you said, this is their first request, so I'd be in favor of the continuance. We'll hear it, I guess, in September.
Okay.
Yeah, likewise, I don't object. I just want to know, was there an attempt made to connect with the neighboring condo associations or neighborhood association?
So without going into too much detail, yes, that's actually why we requested the continuance. The general manager has pretty good relationships with the buildings nearby. He was spearheading most of those discussions. And it was, I was going to say, Mr. Antoine, who just spoke, there was a discussion, again, as I was told by the general manager, with him and Fernando Rivera, which he mentioned. And with that, he said, because of the time of year, we were unable to get a board meeting together. So that was the reason we all discussed, we don't want to proceed without having that opportunity. So that's why we're requesting continuance. And we hope that between now and September, that can happen, and we can come to terms with them. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
If the city could just kind of pay special attention, make sure there's no loud music or whatever it is between now and September. If you got an S code or whatever it might be.
And I would just add, the reason I'm inclined to grant the continuance is the operator is a very responsible, I think you've heard, they've never had a problem there, and I know who it is, and he's very responsible and respectful of his neighbors, so I will definitely give him the benefit of the doubt on the continuance. Melissa?
No objection to continue.
No objection.
Okay, someone want to move to grant it?
I'll make the motion to continue
Second.
to September.
Okay,
I'll second that.
all in favor?
Yeah.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you all. Thank you for the speakers on Zoom. Okay, progress report, item number 8, Planning Board File 210442, 743 Washington Avenue.
So for some history first on this, we sent a cure letter to the applicant on May 29th based upon some violations that have been issued, and asked them to appear before the board on June 25th. Last month, the applicant did appear before the board, and the board also requested that we have a representative of the police department, and I believe Major Robinson should be here today to answer any questions regarding calls for service to the property. Additionally, the board did request that the applicant present operational plans to ensure that no queuing on the public sidewalk would take place. And the board also asked them to provide the board with a number of promoted events on a monthly basis. As identified in our staff report, the property received several violations, including for the installation of sculpture on the property without obtaining a certificate of appropriateness, as well as for violations related to the CUP for the application of window tinting and for the obstruction of the public sidewalk due to patrons queuing in front of the establishment. Further, as noted in our report, violation CC 2024-18066 was issued on June 25th of this year for failing to provide written notification at least 96 hours prior to the start of a promoted event within the city to the Miami Beach Police Department chief or designee for a performance that occurred on June 7th of this year. This violation was appealed to the special master, and on July 15th, 2024, the special master denied the appeal with an adjudication of guilty. We attached the special order to the staff report, which can be found on page 15 of the board packages. Staff does believe that additional requirements to the CUP are required in order to regulate these promoted events, and resulting in changes to the operational plans. Because of this, we are recommending that the board set a revocation modification hearing for the September 24th planning board hearing. Then I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Good morning again. Mickey Marrero, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here on behalf of Mansour & Co. LLC, the operator of Vendome. If you all recall, we were here at the June meeting and talked about, and some of the issues that Michael mentioned, I'll just reiterate. There was 2 violations, one for a statue that was on the property. That statue had been there way before my clients took over the space. There had been inspections by all the departments, including planning, at that time, and it was passed. They did not know the statue was in any violation. It's been there for, as far as we know, a decade. But certainly the entire 5 years they've been operating. They've since removed it, but they didn't know it was an issue. The tinting, they didn't do the tinting. Tinting was there before they took over the space. There were inspections by the city. Nobody raised the tinting issue. They're addressing it because they've been asked to address it. But again, we did not know, they did not know that the tinting was not in compliance with the code. As to the issue that when we spoke last time, there was a few things out there, and I'll address the special magistrate case. There was one appeal that we filed regarding the 96-hour notice. We appealed it because they intended to comply, and there was an administrative mix-up. I get copied on these emails, so I see them multiple times a week. Whenever there's a DJ, and the way their business is, there's always someone, a guest, a DJ, someone there. They notify the police religiously, for whatever reason, because of the mix-up on the timing of the 50 Cent appearance. He was here in town. Marketing got wind of the possibility, put up an ad, and quickly removed it, and that slightly preceded the signing of the contract. We explained to the special magistrate, and they agreed that it was all done in good faith, and there was a good history of notice to the police. So they waived the entire fine, but they found us guilty only because they said, if you do it again, we want to show it's a repeat violation. But we think you guys did everything correctly and intended to be fined, so they waived the fine. Just want to make that clear, so you can see that in the order. So the special magistrate, it was kind of like a mixed bag. They waived the fine completely. Now, the issue that we spoke of, and I know, Jonathan, I'm looking at you because you talked about it a lot, the last time was the queuing. And I asked them, you guys got to deal with the queuing. What can we do? I know there's security reasons why queuing exists. So I didn't realize that staff was looking for like a written operational plan. All they did, it was pretty simple, and I can tell you how it's clear that it's working. They have folks that, as every nightclub does, and I know this because I used to be one of these people 30 years ago, they have folks that encourage people to come in. Call them promoters, call them marketing people, and they have several folks that fill the club. What they do is they've now phased the arrival. So if you're 30, 40 people, please have them come at 11:30. You're 50 people, tell them 12. And what that's done is it's staggered the arrival times of their patrons, and it appears to have gone a long way in resolving the queuing issues. Why I think that's true, I went on the code compliance website and confirmed this with Mr. Villar. There were 33 instances of proactive investigations for queuing. And what that means, if you recognize the code system, is code is sent out, not necessarily in a complaint, but to see if there's an issue. All 33 of those instances resulted in no violation observed. That means, and that's 33 times in 3 months. They're open 3 nights a week. So that's literally every night they were open. Somebody went, and the client called me and said, someone's here taking pictures. We don't know what's going on. I'm like, well, look, just continue doing what you're doing. So all those 33 instances, yes, there was one queuing violation that we talked about last time that preceded all this. But since there's been 33 with no violation. That means every night they've been open, somebody from the city has gone to see if there's a queuing problem. And every one of those nights, there's been no queuing problem. So I think based on that, I feel that they've made a great deal of progress on that one issue. All the other issues I find to be relatively minor, and they were resolved. So we would be hopeful that we just move on from this. If there's something we want to put in the order to memorialize something like this, we're happy to discuss that. But while we deal with some venues that do have issues that we're working through, this particular one, we think has it under control based on the evidence. Again, 2 of the violations were things that were always there. They've moved to fix them. The queuing was a minor issue that could have become a major issue. They've nipped it in the bud based on the evidence in the record. So happy to answer any questions. I don't know if anybody here to speak on this, but that concludes my initial presentation.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. You said that they were addressing the window tinting, but that violation was in May. This is August.
Right.
How come it hasn't been addressed?
Well, they have to hire a contractor,
But that doesn't take 3 months,
Right.
or 2 months, excuse me.
So they've already hired someone. I just don't think it's complete yet.
But but what is the progress there?
They've hired someone to fix it. I think they need a permit. They're going to get that approval. The statute was easy
They
to
don't need
remove.
a permit to remove tinting.
I'll get a confirmation. They told me that they hired someone to fix it. The statute, they could just take out. That was taken out. The tinting is going to be removed. Honestly, it may have already been removed, but I was told.
Can somebody confirm that that's been done? Because this is now August, as of 2 days from now. I'd like to hear from the police department as far as calls for service, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, do you want that, or do you want public comment first?
I think we should, if the applicant's finished, take public comment and then open up
Okay.
the board question.
Thank you.
Anybody in chambers to speak on this? No? Okay. Zoom.
And there's nobody online with their hand raised.
Okay, close the public hearing. Officer, thank you.
Good morning. Major Ian Robinson, Miami Beach Police. I'm in charge of the patrol division. Here to speak on calls for service at 743 Washington Avenue, also known as Club Vendome. We ran a couple reports. The first report was from July 28th of last year till July 28th of this year, so we call that a rolling year. We had 45 calls for service there. Just as a caveat, our average response time to those calls was about 2.3 minutes. These come off reports that can be provided to Mr. Mooney and pass it down that way. They also did a 5-year run. The runs are year-to-date, so January 1 to December 31 in 2024 from January 1 to July 28th. So I'll go through real quick. In 2020, they had 21 calls for service, nine officers self-initiated. A 9-officer self-initiated call is basically a traffic stop in front of there or a suspicious person or something like that. Those are officer-initiated calls. In 2021, they had 23 officer-initiated calls. 2022, 35 officer-initiated. 2023 was a heavier year with 49 calls for service there, 12 officer-initiated. And 2024 year-to-date, again, January 1 to July 28th, 35 so far, 23 officer-initiated. The majority of the time that we're responding out there is between our afternoon shift, which is from 3 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the morning, and also our midnight shift, obviously in line with when their business is probably open. Arrest data out there for the past 5 years basically only shows one in 2021, and that was a weapon firearm charge using that address.
When you're finished, are you finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Elizabeth first.
I just wondered what types of calls were those? Were there any other than just self-initiated?
Okay, so
Those are the ones.
this year, the majority of the calls were actually area checks by our officers. So we instituted when there were complaints coming in or we saw some email traffic either from a commissioner or a citizen or something like that, what our area would come through the chain of command and our area captain would then be advised to, hey, we need to have an officer out there spot check. Obviously, we can't stand out there for our entire shift or outside of an off duty, but the majority of those calls that I mentioned, the 45 calls, the majority, I didn't bring my glasses, is area checks out there. So an officer went by, everything's okay, and they go back in service.
Are there no illegal activities or anything like that, or is it just sidewalk queuing?
Queuing, we would refer to code if we saw a queuing problem where the right-of-way was being blocked or things like that, but I don't have indicated anything where an arrest actually happened over there.
Okay.
So this past year, going back to July, was pretty much area checks. There was some investigation, I don't know what those are without drilling deep into it, some disturbances over there, so I don't know if we were called over there because club security ejected somebody from the club and they didn't want to leave or things like that. But to answer your question, that's the majority of the parking walks out there.
Thank you.
Michelle?
How does this compare to other, let's say, clubs in the area, or generally what you see?
We have some of the bigger clubs out there. I didn't run any of the other numbers.
No, just like from, anecdotally.
Anecdotally, this is a pretty low number, to be honest with you. I mean, these aren't crazy numbers to me. I mean, if you were to run, not that Club Live is a bad club, or you were to run Club Exchange or whatever, you would probably see more numbers, and that's based on the number of people that they have going into the club, whatever.
But relatively
obviously.
low compared to others.
Yeah, obviously more people is potentially more problems and like that, so.
Thank you.
Anybody else, any questions? Scott?
When did, for the applicant, or Mickey, when did your client take over? Was it 21?
It was 21.
Okay. For staff, have there been, because I'm seeing all these violations now, all in the last 2 months, going back a few years, were there any other violations?
I only looked at the violations just in the last year to set this progress report. I didn't look at the entire history. Or if I did, I didn't include it because we're just looking at the most recent ones.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know if there, to see if there's a pattern, see if there have been violations from when they opened up, because all of these, like I said, are in the past 2 months. And they are relatively minor. A lot of things can be easily taken care of, although Elizabeth brought up the point about the window tinting. That's something that just have someone scrape that off and,
I'm trying to get confirmation. It may have already been done,
Okay.
but yeah.
I'd be interested to know, if there was more of a history here with violations first.
Well, I think just to your point, Scott, so I think I voiced this last, what I've heard is that the bigger problems are that you started out as like a high-end lounge, and that it slowly became a venue for events, concerts and special, that's what I'm just telling you what I've heard. And that's where the problems really are, is with the queuing, it's when you have these special events that seem to have engulfed almost a majority of the time that the place is open.
Sure.
So that would be my concern. It's just the number of events you're having, and that's creating the queuing problems, and as opposed to just a normal night to go have a drink. Or
Well, so just to respond to that, it's always been what it is. It's never really been a place just go have a drink. I mean, and when I say promoted events, I think in other places it's a bigger thing. This is a small space. What they have is, whether it's a DJ, whether it's a musician, they have folks make appearances. And it's not like a 2-hour concert. Someone will get up and do 2 songs, 3 songs, and folks just want to be in the room with that person. But again, it's a small space. It's a limited period of time. That's how, when they took over, that's how this business has always been. And every time there's any guest of any kind that's not just a normal employee, they do notify police. I get these emails multiple times a week. And I think, as the officer pointed out, there are, look at a number, 43 calls, whatever number it was, it seems like a big number, but most of them are just area checks, like the code checks that they do. And what we've been told in our conversations with Troy Wright from the Washington Avenue Bid and the folks at Code and Police I've spoken to, this is actually, in comparison to most of the others, a pretty well-behaved club. These folks cooperate with police. We had meetings with the police department and the chief, Mr. Clements at the time. Chief Clements, when we opened, Troy Wright was there. He helped with that meeting. They've always had a good dialogue, and where there was one arrest over a 4-year period, it was probably something that they called in. I mean, whenever they see someone being unruly, they very quickly eject that person. They deal with police. The police, from my understanding, and he can confirm otherwise, aren't being called because the club is a problem. The club is cooperative in all respects, as what we've heard. So, again, it's a challenging business, but based on the record and what we've been told by everyone we've spoken to, they've been doing it the right way.
Scott, I
Mr.
didn't
Chair,
interrupt you.
that's,
Keep going.
yeah, that's what I was getting at. If they've been operating for a few years with no problems, and then maybe they're doing something a little different, their business model is a little different, maybe.
Scott, I meant to address, the reason there's been an uptick, and I think I was told this when I spoke to someone at Code, and he can confirm, there was a shooting at another club. It wasn't them. But when that happened, there was a directive to, let's make sure all the clubs are operating well. So it was, that's when these minor issues on the statute and stuff came up, which had never come up before, because Code was asked to go check everything. So they found out about this stuff fairly recently. They're dealing with it. They've dealt with it. But that's why there's an uptick.
Also the queuing. So,
and that was solved very
the only
quickly.
thing I'm getting is maybe we can look at it a little bit more, and if there's something that we need to change in the CUP to address that, we can do that.
Yeah, I was
but-
going to
but
point
I'm
out, the
just
only thing we're
thinking-
dealing with today is either
is
you
to
either dismiss it or you set it for a hearing and determine with more evidence whether you need to modify
Mm-hmm.
the CUP at all. The only thing I would suggest is that you modify it to at least be clear on how many of these events you can have. Because again, Mickey, I'm just telling you that's what I'm hearing, is that it's morphed into more of a special event thing than it's just a normal lounge. That, again, that's.
And not notifying the police. I mean, that is 50 Cent in Miami Beach, and the police don't know.
And to be clear, they notified the police immediately when the contract was signed. That was days before police were at the event. They have the whole email chain. The only reason, and why the special magistrate waived the fine, what happened was, and I don't know if the gentleman knows the history, but I did speak to the folks at Police and Code. What happened was, there was a meeting at Vendome, and they told their staff, hey, 50 Cent's in town, we're talking to him. Get promotional materials ready. If we sign him, we're gonna go through the process. One of their employees jumped the gun, created a little Instagram page and posted it. When my client saw it, they said, no, we don't have a contract with them yet, remove it. And they removed it. It was up for an hour, maybe 2 hours. But since someone at the police department did see it, and there's someone that checks their webpage every day, they did refer it to Code. Unquestionably, the minute we had a copy of the agreement, the minute the agreement with 50 Cent was signed, notice went to the police minutes after that, which is what they do every week whenever they have anything, and this happens all year round. But explaining that and that little bit of an administrative mix-up to the special magistrate, they understood, they said, okay, clearly you guys have a record of doing this right, this is just one small aberration, I'm gonna waive the fine, but I'm gonna keep the violation in place in case, so it doesn't happen again. And we said, fine, and they didn't have to pay any fine, because the record showed that the intent was there, and all the history of their notifying police is in good faith.
I guess sorry, go ahead. I guess I have a question. In terms of these events, I mean, personally, I don't care how many performers there are. It could be whatever the days of the week that you're allowed to operate. You can have a performer, in my opinion, as long as you're in compliance with the CUP and there's no queuing outside. And so, I don't know, I'm curious in terms of limiting the number of events, just what are your thoughts on it?
I didn't know, because I figured we'd set it up for a hearing and determine, later if we need to limit it. I don't even know how the events are working.
I guess that maybe, let's take a step
But
back.
I'm just telling you what I heard, Jonathan, is that they started as a nice little lounge that people go drink, and then they started having 50 cents come here, this one's coming, and that's where the problem.
And I think maybe that's the issue.
That is the issue.
What I would suggest is we continue this progress report and you bring us an operational plan to kind of, so we can really get a sense of what the venue looks like, how the seating arrangement is. Because I know, like, in the original CUP, the seating arrangement and everything was submitted for approval. It may have changed. Not going to gripe with you about that, but let's see how it's changed. Let's talk about these things. I want to see, I'm curious, it was very clear in the CUP that there should be no window treatment so that you can activate Washington Avenue. I know that that's an important thing for us right now, as, we have the Good Time Hotel, we're putting new restaurants on the street, we're trying there. I'm curious how you're going to have a club that you can see into that activates Washington Avenue without any window treatment. So I think we should continue this. Let's bring an operational plan. Let's actually talk about the queuing that goes on and showing us photographs of how you have it organized. Because it's very clearly prohibited, and I'm sure, as a lounge, like it was originally meant to be, maybe that was probably even something that was agreed to, by the applicant at the time, but now that everything's changed, maybe there's a way we can make it work with however you want to do it. But I think we should take a step back, continue the progress report to, I guess.
Well, you'd be moving it at their recommendation to a modification hearing where you can do nothing or do something. So
Yeah, I mean, there's no harm in that.
As opposed to, I'm just saying technically, as opposed to postponing the
Sure,
progress
yes.
hearing, it
You're
would be
right.
to set it for.
Correct.
And our concern is that if we just do the progress report
Yeah,
or
we're not,
continue this.
Yeah, my bad, yeah.
Could you bring back a queuing plan?
Sure.
Yeah, because Mickey, what seems tough is that when you have an event like a special singer coming, I don't know how you prevent that, because isn't it first come, first serve, and the people are racing to get there? That's
We can go
you don't have to
detail
answer
later,
it now,
but
but
I-
I'm just saying.
I can explain to you.
That's what I think we want to hear in September. It's just kind of a plan to address that. Because that's clearly, I mean, it sounds like everything else has been done properly, but that's the real issue.
Picking up the public right away is a big problem.
Right. And then they've addressed, and that's why there's been 33 investigations, 0 violations issued. But we're happy to bring a plan.
Just want to see a queuing plan.
Sure.
And get the tenting removed.
And to be clear, it's a plan to make sure there's no queuing, not a plan to
Correct.
provide queuing, a
Right.
plan to ensure that there's no queuing.
Correct.
All right, with that, someone want to move it to September?
Is this where they, to set the modification hearing
Yeah.
for September?
I will.
Yeah.
I'll move it.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank
So
you.
the modification hearing will be for September 24th. And Mickey, please make sure you give me information that was requested by the board as soon as you can.
I'd like to thank the police department. He
He left.
he already
We
left.
thanked him.
Thank you
I
very
thanked
much.
him.
Thank you.
All right, as I mentioned, we're going to go a little out of order. We're going to move now to Planning Board File PB 240680, 2021 Collins Avenue W Hotel, which should be a quick one.
Okay, an application has been filed requesting a modification to a previously conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment. Specifically, the applicant is requesting to change the owner-operator, and this is on page 89 of your board package.
So we're recommending approval. This is a relatively minor application. Alfredo can provide any background information that he wishes.
Good to go. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board. Alfredo Gonzalez with Greenberg Target on behalf of 22 Collins Fee LLC. They've been the owners of the property since the CB was approved 15 years ago, and we haven't had any issues since, and we haven't been before this board since 2009. What we wanted to do is, because there's discussions about a potential sale of the property. The current conditions, one of the outdated from 2009, it's evolved over the years and requires presenting before the planning board any new owner, not operator, just owner. And the staff has determined that that means a full modification, which would take 3 to 4 months in the middle of a transaction of a $500 million transaction, having to wait for coming to the board. Since this board has routinely included a condition where an affidavit is filed with the planning department, any change of owner and operator, so we would add operator to it, bringing it in line with current condition, and then come back for a progress report, we wanted to have that condition modified. In addition, staff is recommending condition number 23, which would allow city personnel to inspect the site, which is not a condition that's in there today. Again, that's a condition that evolved over the years, and we're happy to have it included on the order. So, happy to answer any questions. And
Okay.
by the way, I like the new bands coming to City Hall. I feel like I'm in a club.
Anybody in chambers speak on this? Anybody on Zoom?
There's nobody on Zoom with their hand raised?
Do any board members have any disclosures to make on the application?
Scott, any disclosure?
No.
Matthew?
Okay.
Seems pretty simple, but does anybody have any questions?
I have a question for staff.
Okay.
Can't we just make this kind of standard going forward?
Yes, we have to do it though for each application. So whenever this happens, a new application that's been, or it's an older application, we do modify the conditions of approval. So in the future, they just have to submit an affidavit to us confirming that they will comply with the conditions
But
of the CUP.
all new CUPs
Yes,
have
it
this
is.
in there as a standard?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
great.
Except for some cases where the venue may be highly contentious or it has a lot of entertainment component, and the board really wants to see the operator, we don't do it for those cases. But for a hotel like this, that would be the standard condition to allow an affidavit versus having to come before the board.
Thanks.
Although with the with the pending code change, it would require for any entertainment venues to submit on an annual basis an affidavit ensuring that they're understanding and complying with the conditions.
Understood. Motion
Wanna move it?
Motion to approve?
Okay. Second? Okay.
Thank you.
Roll call, or can we do it by acclamation?
We can just say all in favor.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you, Alfredo.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, and now, we're gonna move to Planning Board File 240669, the LaGorce lot split.
This application is requesting a division of land lot split to divide the one existing site, which is comprised of 5 plus platted lots, into 2 individual buildable parcels. This is on page 100.
So as the board may know, that typically on these types of lot split applications, we do an analysis of the unit sizes in the general neighborhood. And typically, if the unit sizes are consistent with the rest of the city, which is a unit size which averages about 30%, then we recommend that any new home have a lesser lot coverage and unit size than what the code allows, which is 50%. And however, in this case, we did an analysis of the waterfront properties and found that the average unit size is actually 37% versus the standard of 30%. So in this case, staff does not object to allowing the applicant to proceed with a maximum lot coverage of 30% and maximum unit size of 50% for any potential new home on the subject sites. With that, I just want to make one correction to the staff report, which can be found on page 110 of the board packages. We referenced the maximum lot coverage for a new home should be limited to a lesser of 45%. Actually, we're going to delete that condition because the maximum lot coverage for the code is 30%. And we have a condition above that addresses that, which indicates any proposed new home shall fully adhere to the review criteria and development regulations identified in section 7.2.3 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code, further enhancements of the applicable development regulations through DRB review and approval shall not be permitted. The board may remember typically, you will impose a condition saying no variances or waivers unless the board has seen the new home and sees what those variances or waivers are being requested. Now, just disclosure here, the applicant's going to be requesting that that condition be removed, because I do believe they want to ask for some variances or waivers, but we do not know what those are yet, so we are recommending that that condition remain in place. Okay. I'll turn it over to Mr.
And before you
Wasserman.
start, any disclosures on this one?
I made a site visit.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, sir?
Good morning, members of the board. Ethan Wasserman with Greenberg Traurig, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue, here on behalf of the applicant. We are here this morning on a lot split application to legalize the existing conditions of the late Dr. Pierce's Lagorce Island property, specifically focusing on Lot 16. I'll show you that in a second. Our goal is to separate Lot 16 for zoning purposes from the rest of the estate in connection with the sale of the property. Now, just some quick background on who the applicant is. It's not an individual or an LLC, but the estate of Dr. Pierce, who passed away in 2017. Dr. Pierce assembled the properties over a period of time, originally in 1983 with Lot 18, and then assembled the rest of it as in 2008. And are you seeing this slide? Okay.
No, we are.
Here is an easy-to-digest overlay of the lots divided by deeds as Dr. Pierce assembled them over time. Lot 18, the original, is in blue. And Lot 16, which is the focus, is on the right in red. The properties are owned in a living trust, and the beneficiary of this estate is a not-for-profit entity, the Dr. Pierce Foundation, which is dedicated to the support of classical music and medical research. All sales proceeds from this property will go to the foundation. Since Dr. Pierce's passing, the foundation has given over $6 million in grants to local institutions, New World Symphony, UM Medical School, Frost School of Music, and the Cleveland Orchestra's Miami residency program. And just recently, I'll close on this about the foundation. The foundation's board approved a multi-year $1.35 million partnership with New World Symphony as the title sponsor of the Wallcast series, which I would urge everyone to go and attend. So, turning to the properties themselves, the estate is comprised of 4 properties on the island, made up of 6.5 platted lots, and I'll explain that in a minute. This is an aerial image that shows the collective property, and you can clearly see 4 docks, 4 driveways, 3 homes, and a park property on the left. Here's the street view showing the different and individual entrances to each property, and these entrances are not connected internally, meaning a car cannot pull into one driveway and access the neighboring homes or lots. The properties have separate utility connections and accounts as well. Now, as an aside, there was, just to go to the park property for a second, there was a home and that was originally built on that property. When Dr. Pierce purchased it, he wanted to have a passive park for his use. So in order to do that, as you all probably know, you can't have as a primary use a park on that property. You have to have a single-family home. So that lot, 22 and 24, were combined through a unity of title approved by the city and recorded in title so that he could have a park on that property. Now, this is a survey showing the existing conditions. This is in your packet, so I won't spend much time on it. And as I've stated before, these 4 properties were individually built, and here is the building card showing their original construction. So what I've done here is I've tried to show you the effort that these were all approved individually and built individually as single sites over time. The controlling HOA, the Homeowners Association, also does not consider this a unified site. We have had an open and constant dialogue with members of the association, including Jared Galbert, an HOA board member, Esther Agozi Shakroon, who is the manager of the association, and she also happens to be our direct neighbor, so she kind of carries 2 hats when talking to her. Our outreach to the neighbors was through the association and through Esther, and we have been advised that there are no objections from the community, and specifically from our directly abutting neighbors. To the contrary, the neighbors seem pleased to hear that this application is strictly to legalize what is there today. It is not to demolish all the homes and rebuild 6 individual lots, which was what the original platted lots were. I think there was a fear that whoever bought this property would chop it up into the 6 original, and that's not the case. We're essentially legalizing what is there today and what was approved by the city. So while that sounds unusual, that's exactly what we're asking the board, is to bifurcate or separate Lot 16 as its own lot, as it's always been, Through this application, Lot 16 will be eligible for sale separate from the remaining lots. The remaining lots is essentially 2 homes and that park property that will remain unified. So turning to the staff report, I want to thank Tom, Michael, and Nick Lurgis for working very closely with me and Buyers Council and for being very patient. I must have asked a million questions on this file because the fact pattern here is very unique. We are just asking to approve what has essentially always been the case with these 4 properties. And the staff report reflects this dialogue. We have no objections to the conditions in the staff report other than our request that variances and waivers and other relief be allowed at the DRB level. Staff imposes this condition as a matter of policy on every lot split application that comes before you. Given the unique circumstances here, where we want to be treated equally like our neighbors because the sites are essentially as they were approved by the city, we're asking for relief on that condition. So just by way of example, for lot 16, the purchaser plans on living in that house and retaining that house. If he wants to do an addition or wants to put a gazebo in his rear yard and needs a permeable yard variance or a setback variance, he should have that right, no difference than his neighbor has that right. And so we'd ask for that to be accommodated here. We don't have any variances in mind, I just want to be clear, but that's something we, 5, 10 years from now, we'd like to have that flexibility to do that. Turning to the last slide, and I'll close with this, there is a general concept that where there is a folio assembled over multiple properties, and that's a real estate tax mechanism, that the lot is also assembled for zoning purposes. And there's reasons for that assumptions, but that is not applicable here. Lot 16 has its own folio, separate and distinct from the remaining lots in this case. So in conclusion, we respectfully request the board's approval to bifurcate Lot 16 from the master assemblage and ask for a change in one condition to allow future relief, whether it's variances or other enhancements in the code. So that concludes my presentation. I'd like to reserve some time for rebuttal if needed and happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thanks a lot. Alex, are you speaking? Okay. Anyone in chambers to speak on this? Anyone on Zoom?
There's nobody on Zoom with their hand raised.
Okay, close the public hearing. Any questions from anybody on the board?
Yes, good morning. Regarding lots 18, 22, and 24, what are the intentions for there? Is it going to be for sale?
Yeah, there's a purchaser for that collective assembly. I don't think they have a plan yet of what will be built, what will happen to that site. Those plans will progress and go to the DRB. If there's a need for them to, let's say, shrink that site in the future, it would obviously have to come back to this board, to this body. Okay. But they don't have, to my knowledge, they don't have a design plan in place.
Thank you. And then for Michael, the question is, does the conditions that are outlined in the draft order here, do they also apply to that other, there's other lots that are being contemplated?
Yes. It basically says that any new home has to comply with the current requirements of the code. If they want to split the lot, they'd have to come back to the board for the same process, and also would prohibit variances when associated with new construction. But it's highly unlikely someone's going to come in and build one new house that spans, which would still be one of the largest single-family lots in the city.
Yeah, so that would be 30% lot coverage would be allowed.
Right.
50% unit, so 50,000 plus square feet.
Right.
House would be allowed. Are there any other examples in the city of houses that large?
On Star Island. On Star Island, we have some that are 50 to 60,000 square feet that have been approved. That's very rare.
Okay, but are you comfortable, is staff comfortable with possibly allowing on the Gorse Island a home up to 50-ish thousand square feet? Is it?
Well, I think that that's probably something that's highly unlikely, based upon just the size of the lot.
I would add the neighboring lots are, the raw number is a large number, but from a percentage perspective, both sides of our property have homes built at 50% unit size.
50%, but not 50,000 plus square feet.
Their lots are not that big, no. Okay. And I think Michael's explaining correctly that I don't anticipate someone would build that large of a single-family home, but we are in support of a 50%, up to a 50% unit size.
Did staff contemplate this hypothetical situation?
Right now, if they don't do the lot split, they could come in and demolish everything on the site and build a home that's 50,000 square feet. So this is actually going to be lessening that by reducing the width. So I think that this is a positive step to make the lots more consistent with what's there right now. And I want to clarify something too, that if the board agrees, I would clarify the condition saying that the request or approval of variances will be prohibited when associated with new construction to not prevent the current home from making an application to ask for variances or design waivers.
Good with that? Okay, someone want to move it?
Motion to approve?
You're approving without the staff recommendation.
Correct, motion
Right.
to approve with the recommendation that they be allowed to go for a variance in the future.
So we're gonna, so if that's the case, we're gonna modify, condition F to remove or to cross out enhancements of the applicable development regulations through design review board review and approval shall not be permitted.
Correct.
And then we'll cross out, conditions G and H.
Okay. With those modifications, all in favor? Anyone opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so one.
Who was the no on that?
Matthew.
Matthew.
No. All right,
Thank you very
thanks a
much.
lot. Appreciate it. Okay, we're up to the revocation and modification hearing. Planning Board File 160075, the Good Time Hotel.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Before, let me just introduce the, application first.
Go ahead.
Again, this is PB 16-0075, 601 to 685 Washington Avenue, the Good Time Hotel. This is a continuation of the revocation modification hearing. For some updates on this, the board may remember back on April 25th of this year, the board made modifications to the CUP. These modifications are noted on pages 9 to 11 of the staff report, which is on page 34 through 37 of the board packages. Sorry, 34 through 36 of the board packages. As also noted in our report, it was brought to our attention there's some conflicting language in the CUP related to audio levels, and that's because the initial application, when it was approved, had limits on the audio level in relation to the nearby residential units. Over time, the CUP was modified, so we noted the conditions that we believe should be modified in the final order, which are conditions 10.7 and 10.8. And these conditions are on page 36 of the board packages. We also noted that we continue to be concerned with the unreasonably loud standard maintained in the current CUP. We are recommending that the CUP be modified to include the requirement that noise from outdoor sound system not be plainly audible at a distance of 100 feet or more from the subject property. Now, the board may also remember that when the board modified the CUP in April, they did require that an updated sound study be prepared and submitted to the planning board for review. This report was submitted, although it was over a month late. It was submitted and it was reviewed by the city's peer reviewer, Arpeggio. Arpeggio noted that the applicant study only took measurements at 2 locations on the pool deck and at 1 ground level location on the west side of Washington Avenue in front of the Anglers Hotel, approximately 20 feet from the edge of Washington Avenue. Arpeggio's review indicates that it does not appear that any of the sound measurements were made concurrently. The review by Arpeggio also concludes that the sound level measurement report does not represent a convincing argument related to the audibility of sound from the Good Time Hotel upon the nearby environs. Now, staff is recommending that the applicant revise the sound study, addressing the concerns noted in the report prepared by Arpeggio, which is also provided in the board packages, and the revised report, which is also to be peer reviewed again, be presented to the board at the September 24th meeting. So with that, we are recommending that the board modify the CUP now with the modified conditions noted on page 36 of the board packages and continue the revocation modification hearing to the September 24th meeting date. With that, I'll turn it over to the applicant for the presentation.
Greatly appreciated. Thank you. Again, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff. Thomas Meeting, Good Time Hotel.
Sorry, what's your role there?
I'm the acting general manager.
Great, okay. Thank you.
So considering that we did not have any noise violations since March, and we adhered to everything that has been put upon us and got some modifications, we haven't gotten any other infractions. We haven't heard any other complaints from our neighbors, the community. So I respectfully ask for the removal, the closure of the revocation modification hearing and the progress.
Okay, anybody in chambers speak on this? No, anybody on Zoom?
Yes, we have right now one person with their hand raised, Johan Moore.
Good morning, Johan. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have
Good
3
morning.
minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney, City Attorney. I am skeptical, but in the board's wisdom, it may choose to take the period of calm and the absence of complaints as an indication that the good time has reformed. We'll see. The neighborhood continues to keep an eye on the matter, or rather an ear, and we thank the board for its attention to this and other such matters before you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another caller, Charles Fisher.
Good morning, Charles. Do you swear or
Hi.
affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It is the truth. Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I will try to be brief. Obviously, I think everyone knows my point of view on the Good Time Hotel. I looked for a little bit of details about what the actual changes were. I've been looking at the website, whether this should exist, and I'm not seeing the planning board agenda on there. So I want to speak in generalities. Unfortunately, I'll have to figure out what exactly we're talking about. I do just want to say with the Good Time Hotel, a couple of weeks ago, one of my neighbors was home. I was traveling at the time, said the Good Time was very loud. I believe they called code. I don't want to say that for sure, but we do have less Good Time noise than happened before. So I want to be frank about that. It is less. It is sporadic. I believe there was a change that allowed the Good Time to have parties a couple of weekends of the month and not every weekend. I think that is a tolerable compromise. I mean, it's not what I would want, but it's a compromise. It's less than I want, but more than the Good Time wants. And I would just say that if that is where we end up, there needs to be a little bit of a mechanism, like who's tracking that the Good Time is doing it their allotted weekends, because it can't be us, the residents, that are supposed to be tracking it. So, we did have noise from the Good Time a couple weeks ago. We live in South Beach, we understand that, but we just don't want this to return to where it was before. And we also don't want to be on the hook for enforcement. So thank you very much for letting me speak.
Anybody else?
We have another speaker, Mark Antoine.
Good morning, Mark. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Good morning to everyone. I did meet with Thomas about the Good Time Hotel, and I would love to be in more communication with you, just so we can know in advance which weekends will be the elevated music and that the CUP offers, and which won't be, so that we can tell our community what to expect, when to expect it, so you get a little bit less, of calls, if there are any calls, because it was Friday last week. I mentioned earlier it was Saturday, but Friday last week I did call because it was elevated music penetrating my home, and I would love to be able to show you during these times, if you want to come home, to see what's going on, so that we're on the same page.
I'll let you speak in 1 second. I'm going to say, just by total coincidence, last night I was at a dinner with one of your employees who had no idea this was going on. So I just tell her, tell me about the noise at the pool. And interestingly, she said, Brian, because customers are always asking us to turn it up, and we say no. So I was very happy to hear that. Her name was Yulia. And again, she had no idea this was going on. So I want to commend you to continue to, it's the happiest I've heard the neighbors in a long time. And just want to throw that in there. So I was happy to hear that.
Greatly appreciate
Go ahead,
it.
sir.
Yeah, this is Troy Wright, Washington Avenue Business Improvement District. We're just here to, support what the Good Time Hotel is doing and the changes that they've made. Obviously, we can hear from the community that they're doing the best that they can do, and everyone seems to be happy. Now we can just hope and pray that the hotel continues to benefit and actually fill up the place pretty soon. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from anybody? Scott, you want to start?
I mean, yeah, I'll jump in. Yeah, obviously, I mean, with everything that's been going on, they've been a better, operating a little bit better. Maybe no noise. We did hear from Charles. He said he heard it was kind of loud. But, I don't want to go through the whole history again, but, he's asking that we cancel, whatever the term is, the revocation hearing. I'd actually be in favor of that. However, I wouldn't want to do that unless we did modify the order as per staff to make it, make the unreasonably loud standard go away and make it 100 feet west of the property line. Again, Charles did mention he doesn't want to have to police the Good Time Hotel because it's been difficult in the past. With a standard that noise can't be heard 100 feet west of the property line, it's a much easier task for code to determine if there's a violation. So I'm at this point, yeah, we don't need to see them again, but I'd want to change, for me to vote that way, I'd like to see the standard changed in the CUP.
Matthew?
Yeah, like Scott, I'm happy to hear that the neighbors have noticed that the noise levels have gone down and there have been less issues. I think I agree also with that other notion that Scott made there, which is that perhaps we can cancel this process and conclude it, but maybe we should also take action on staff's recommendations. I'm open to potentially leaning that way. I obviously want to know where my colleagues think about this, but I think we're heading in the right direction and we might be able to bring this in for a final landing.
Can I ask, why was, the wording in the staff report says staff remains concerned about with the unreasonably loud standard?
We believe that's too subjective, and it's hard to enforce that.
So, okay, and so, I mean, this goes back to the change that we previously made that I had an issue with. So of course, I don't have any issue with changing this so that 100 feet from the property line, it can't be heard. I mean, I think that's back to where we were previously. So I've always thought that that's what needs to be done. And I mean, I hear that the complaints are, it sounds like it's better. Of course, these are the summer months. But it sounds like there still was a complaint called at least like last Friday night by the last caller. Did I misunderstand that? Or
I'm not aware of this
you
at all.
You didn't hear about it.
Yeah.
I'm not in favor. So I mean, what are your thoughts on the recommendation from staff in terms of the 100 feet?
It has to do with the climate and the weather as well. There's also the garage that's on the east. There used to be greenery shrubbery that's controlled by the cities, was taken down completely, which there's no more noise buffer either. So everything might accrue depending on how the wind goes. So it's going to be probably a little bit tricky. But if I may, and again, Mr. Moore, Mr. Fisher, and Marc-Antoine, if I meet with them again, and maybe we can get together and come up to an agreement and see how it goes, and then maybe see each other in December again. So it gives us like a few months to stretch it over and come up with something that, or a solution that the planning board and staff would be, as well as the community, would be agreeable to.
Yeah, I mean, when I did my site visit with you, that was one thing you pointed out, and I noticed,
Right.
obviously very noticeable. It doesn't look good either, when the city removed that foliage from that garage. And that was really, I mean, my thinking behind why we needed a sound study. And so, obviously, I think the sound study that was done clearly based on the city's, sound engineers wasn't sufficient. We appreciate that it was done, and I imagine it was done in good faith. There's some fine tuning that we need to do. Truthfully, I mean, if it's not bothering the neighbors, there's not really a need for the sound study. But if it is still bothering the neighbors and you want to be able to push it to the maximum level that you can, which rightfully so, I'm not blaming you for that, there needs to be a more comprehensive sound study so that we are, factoring in how the weather affects it, how that green wall or lack thereof affects it. So for right now, at least, I'm in favor of what staff's recommendations are. I would, I'm kind of, I know these sound studies are not cheap. So, it's sort of up to you whether you want to do the sound study. In my opinion, it's up to you whether you want to get the sound study to look at how it's measured from, 100 feet away or from the neighbor's units or whatever it may be. But I would recommend, or my vote would be to continue this modification hearing, I guess, maybe till like September. I'm sorry, December.
Which is what he wants.
Which is what you want.
Okay.
That would be great.
And, but in the meantime, I would add in that 100 feet, just so that there's no ambiguity there.
I'd also like to ask that when you come back, that you provide photos of how the speakers are placed at the pool, and also how and where they're placed at the pool. And I would also agree with Jonathan that staff report 100 feet or more from the subject's west property line. I'd also like to recommend that you also provide a new sound study. And also, because it was just such a short area. And also that that we add back plainly audible.
Okay. Well, let me just ask the plainly audible, what's the difference between that and the 100 feet?
It's the same. It's the same.
It's the same.
Yeah, plainly audible at a distance of 100 feet.
Got it. Okay. So, and here's a concern. I understand you were kind of brought in to sort of fix this issue among other issues probably. And so my concern is, and I've met with you, I know you're doing your best and you got a great crew over there. My concern is that if you leave, what are we left with after you? We don't know who's coming in. We don't know if they're going to move the speakers and whatever. And so we need to have these restrictions in place for now. And one thing that comes to mind that Elizabeth mentioned is having photographs of the placement of the speakers now, so we know where they're supposed to be, so that code can reference them. I know you're not moving the speakers. I know you have no plans to do that.
It's a fair request. It's in Ms. Latone, absolutely fair request in regards to mapping out where the speakers are and where the sound travels. And it also is good because I learned a lot about speakers. You're going through the process. So I think it might be worthwhile to map it out for everybody and then also understand that the sound goes forward and there's no sound coming out the back.
I had just seen photos on Instagram where the speakers are up high and they're underneath the bar area and things like that. And I don't know if that's the case now, but also I'd like to make sure that y'all are still only having 2 performances a month, because it seems like I've heard somewhere that they might be going on every weekend. Do you know if that's true? Or, I mean, you would know.
It's, we're trying to really move within the modifications that were put upon us. So just making sure that we're going to be scot-free, so to speak. So we really haven't changed anything in that regard. Just really making sure that the noise level doesn't penetrate.
But are you having
It
a week?
really-
Are you having every weekend? Are you in
We're having
compliance?
activations, yes.
I'm sorry?
We're having activations, yes.
So you are having DJs every weekend?
It's, within the modifications that were put upon us, yes.
Is
Making
that in
sure-
compliance with the CUP?
Well, the CUP
Modification?
only allows the DJs or live performances 2 weekends a month.
So that's not in compliance. So
Yep,
I
when-
just wanted to clarify.
Good.
Right, and by the way, with this 100 feet, I don't think the neighbors are unreasonable. So, I think you're gonna,
Yeah, so sorry, just to clarify. So the DJs are allowed every weekend, but only 2 weekends a month can they exceed on background ambient levels.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
So, make I want
So what I was gonna say is I don't think your neighbors are out to punish you. And
No.
I think even with that 100 feet, unless it's something really intrusive to them, I think they're gonna leave you alone. So just, I mean, we're gonna go with that because that's what I can tell what the board wants to do. But just understand that I believe that they will not be complaining if,
And it
you know,
sounds
when
like
you
they're
say
happy.
plainly audible, if they hear like in the faint background of the, it's gonna be only if it's intrusive to them.
So
So
I greatly appreciate Mr. Chairman, and that's why I said, Mr. Fisher and Mark Antoine and Mr. Moore, I appreciate your comments.
Yeah,
And
so-
again, I'm always available
It's
to
the most
meet.
positive that the residents have
Yes,
ever
I've
been.
never
yeah,
throughout
so
this
we're gonna,
process,
we'll bring you
so-
back in December and you continue your dialogue with them and, you know, hopefully we can put this to rest in December.
Sounds fair
It
enough.
sounds like they're very happy, and please don't leave.
Is that good with everybody? Is that good with everybody, or is Matthew, okay. Anyone have any other comments, or can we move it?
Before you vote, Mr. Chair, do any board members have any new disclosures to make since the last time this was heard? No, okay.
Okay, so, who wants to move it?
I will.
Okay.
I'll move it with a favorable recommendation.
With
the
staff.
staff's, with
Okay.
the modifications
With
we've made.
with the modifications recommended by staff.
Correct. Correct.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by
Scott?
Mr. Needleman?
Scott,
All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Any opposed?
Thomas, thank you.
So that,
Thanks
that
for
that was
continuing your
also
efforts.
to
Sorry?
continue the revocation modification
To
hearing
December.
to the December 19th.
Right.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Okay, next file is Planning Board File 240681, 1060 Ocean Drive, The Strand.
This application is requesting a modification to a previously issued conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment. Specifically, the applicant are requesting to change the owner operator.
And like we saw this morning for the W Hotel, this is a similar application. It's a change of operator, and we have an updated condition, so any future operator would just be submitting the affidavit versus having to come before the board for a modification. I'll turn it over to Mr. De La Fuente.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Bob De La Fuente with law offices at 1200 Brickell Avenue. With me today is the manager of Strand 1060 LLC, Salam Munayer. They are the applicant in this matter. Again, this is an application to change the owner operator from I Love 3051 LLC to Strand 1060 LLC. This is the property at 1060 Ocean Drive. There are obviously no operational changes proposed. They would continue with the same operations that are currently in place. We understand and accept the conditions of the CUP as well as the new modified conditions as outlined by staff. Essentially, those are future changes to owner operator would be by affidavit at staff level, and the property would be subject to inspection. So again, we accept all of the conditions, would ask for your approval. We are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Anyone in chambers speak on this item? Anyone on Zoom?
There's nobody on Zoom with their hand raised.
Close the public hearing. Any questions?
This is for staff. Will they be required to provide a progress report after this?
So we do have a condition. We're going to put this on the agenda as for a progress report 60 days from now, just to come back as with a progress report. And we'll just look for any sort of violations or issues.
Okay.
Did the city just pass, didn't the city just pass, was it first reading or second reading, that mandatory progress reports? I
Yeah,
don't
so
remember.
just for everybody's knowledge, and the planning board reviewed this and provided a recommendation a month or two ago. So going forward, for any new application that has an entertainment component, on an annual basis, they'll have to submit an affidavit saying that they understand and are complying with the conditions. That'll be submitted to the board, and the board can pull that item and request more information or discuss it further. But that's something that's going to be going forward for all entertainment venues.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, so if there's no operational changes here, are we, just to clarify, we are still bringing them back for a progress report? I know that's standard is for 60 days. Can we do without that?
Yeah, if you want to do without that, we can clarify that you don't have to come back to the board for a progress report.
I mean, I would say maybe just to strengthen it a little bit, if they were to submit an affidavit saying that there are no, or maybe have they already submitted an affidavit saying that there's no operational changes planned?
No, because it's not required for this type of application, because it's coming before the board. So this is that sort of process versus the
Okay,
affidavit.
but yeah, they're swearing to tell the truth here anyway, so, I'm fine with doing away with the 60-day progress report.
So there's no operational change, right?
There are none. We're accepting all the conditions in the CUP, so there's
All
no
right.
changes.
You want to?
Well, I'm just saying, like, what's currently going on there, you have no plans in changing anything really other than just the ownership?
Correct.
Okay. So then I would.
And I'm sorry, we don't require, looking at the conditions, they're not required to come back to the board for a progress report now. That's the condition, in the future when they submit the affidavit. That's the case that requires them to come back before the board.
If what?
If they change the owners in the future,
Yeah.
they submit the affidavit, and then we put them on the agenda for a progress report.
The affidavit that says what? Just the change of ownership?
That's the change of ownership and says that they're going to comply with the conditions, and they come to the board as a progress report. That's part of the new.
So I get
the new-
confused then. If they submit an affidavit that there's no owners and they will comply with everything, then what do they come to us for?
The modified code requires them to come before the board for a progress report on an annual basis, or to submit the affidavits. We give it to the board, and the board, if you want, any member of the board can pull that item and discuss it further. If the board doesn't have any comments, then the board doesn't have to discuss the application.
But it's annual. I thought when we addressed that, we decided that was unnecessary to come back every year to the commission.
But the commission wants to see that on an annual basis.
Oh, they did?
So
Wow,
that's,
okay.
But where the commission landed was not to require that the board hold a progress report every year, but rather that the applicant provide a letter, attesting that they've complied with the conditions of the order in the preceding year.
Annually.
And then the board can decide if,
So they have to submit the affidavit annually, but not necessarily come here.
Exactly.
Right,
Got
we
it. Okay.
just make the decision. I guess one of the concerns about that, I don't know if this is part of it, is that I'm in agreement with all that, but one key part is that there's not gonna be any change in operational plan.
that's correct. That's by
That's
default.
part
If
of
there's any sort of change, then it would require modification that the board would see.
Well, but, if there's a new owner that's taking over and they decide, we're gonna keep Vendrome, but we're gonna change the way, security's done, we're gonna change the way that, we're gonna change the name of the club, and even though that technically they're gonna still comply, if there is an operational change, I think that should be part of it.
Well, remember that anytime there's a new owner or operator like this, that new owner or operator stands in the shoes of the previous one. So they would be subject to the exact same conditions of approval, and part of that is an operational plan,
It's an assignment.
essentially.
Yeah, I guess as long as the operational plan is part of that. One of the reasons why we approve some of these CUPs is because we know the operator, we know that they're a good operator in our city, and we like what they're bringing to the venue or to the area. If somebody else comes in, while yes, they are, we might have, yes, they are gonna comply with that, they might have a shorter leash because of past history running other nightclubs or whatever it may be. But as long as, I guess, what you're saying is that the operational plan is part of the CUP, then I think it's fine. But, okay, I'm in favor of this. I'll make a motion.
Matthew,
But I do have a couple questions. Is this different than the W before? Because is there an operator right now? Is the
Yes,
So-
we actually have the operator here today. He is he's also the landlord, so this
Okay.
is his property and this will be under his purview.
But there's a current business operating there today.
I could let him
Okay.
speak for.
Good morning, Salim Munair with the Strand 1060. We are not operating yet, we're waiting to finalize all the licensing. So we're waiting for this application, so we'll go to get the BTR and the CU approved. After this application will be approved.
Okay, so I think there is a little bit of a distinction though between, right, the W Hotel is operating today and they're changing ownership. Ownership's not changing here, correct?
Correct. This is the same landlord who is the landlord for I Love 3051 LLC.
Okay. The only questions that I would have is because I did go through the existing conditional use permit and there's mentioning of a TDM, Transportation Demand Management plan, as well as bicycle parking plan as well. It sounds like we're not coming back for a progress report, but if we were coming back for a progress report, those are things that I think should be at least just discussed or shown what the plans exist. And we probably should do that as well for all progress reports where it's mentioned in the order as well. But if we're not coming back, it's probably a moot point.
Right, those were conditions in the original CUP, which
Yeah.
we were inheriting. Those were complied with, we're assuming, when this was originally done back in 2019. But we agree that those remain in place.
Yeah, and this is not the typical, it's not a progress report now. So typically a progress report is before you because of a violation or citation. This application is merely for the change of name.
The only question I would have is, would you agree to providing more or secure bicycle and micromobility parking for your employees if you don't do so already?
I don't understand.
Bicycle parking or
Like scooters. A lot of the hospitality workers on Ocean Drive, they come by scooter. You see them locked up against parking signs and traffic signs along the street. If you don't already, per the conditional use permit, is this something that you would consider?
If it will be required, yes.
Okay.
You're not changing the business use?
No, ma'am.
I mean, the reason why I'm asking is it says that a bicycle parking plan was required to be submitted. I know we're getting into the weeds here. I thought there would be a progress report required for this.
Do you have bicycle parking for your employees?
Motorized bicycle?
Or just bicycles? Is there anywhere for your employees to park their bicycles on the premises or scooters or something like that?
No, we don't have scooters. They need to go to a parking facility.
And if you want to approve this modification and have them come back to the board with a progress report to answer and provide information on the questions you have, then the board can do that as well.
I have a question for you.
Well, I don't think that it's something we need to do, but I want to bring attention to this in the future, these sorts of things, especially many years go by. I think these things get lost. We just heard,
Exactly, because according to the CUP, there was a bicycle parking plan that was required to be submitted for review. So I would suggest getting a copy of those plans and ensuring that the property is compliant with those requirements.
Yes,
And
we will.
I'd be content for that to happen with staff, not
Okay.
having to come back in front of the board for a
And we'll
hearing.
absolutely do that. We'll go through all the conditions in the existing CUP. As I said, we agreed that we accept all those conditions and all the responsibilities that come with it. So we'll review that and confirm with staff that everything's in compliance.
Great. Thank you.
All right, I'll make a
Wanna move it?
motion to approve.
And I'll second.
All right.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Planning Board File 240684, 1921 Collins Avenue, Mint.
Still me.
You have to change your jacket or something? Yeah.
If I had one.
This application is requesting a modification to a previously conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment. Specifically, the applicants are requesting to change the owner and operator.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Bob Della Fuente with law offices at 1200 Brickell Avenue. This time I'm here on behalf of Mint Saluna LLC. This is another change of owner operator. This is for Mint Nightclub. With me today is the team from Mint Saluna LLC, the applicants, and specifically Dan Gunasekaram, who is the managing member. You may remember in May, the adjacent business, New Rock LLC, did a similar application before you. So this is the adjacent business. These two were separated in November 2008 into Mint Lounge and Rock Bar. This is the second part of that bifurcated CUP. So here we are requesting the change in owner operator from Mint Holding Company LLC to Mint Saluna LLC. We understand and accept the conditions of the existing CUP and accept the modifications in the favorable staff report. Those are the standard changes going forward that were mentioned before, one of them being future changes in owner-operator will be via affidavit at the staff level. And then the other one is the inspection condition, and we agree to both of those. There are no changes proposed operationally. The hours and operations will remain the same. There may be some cosmetic interior changes and a change to the vibe and the music. In fact, in this case, all senior staff at Mint will remain. The current holder of the CUP is here with us today too. Roman Zago is here on behalf of this application, and the name will stay the same. So operationally, there will be no changes, and again, all the conditions are accepted in the current CUP, and we'd ask for your approval. If you have any questions, we're here to answer.
Is there going to be a queuing problem outside? Do you have a queuing plan?
So, to my knowledge, there has been no problem with queuing, and we anticipate that there's no changes. Again, the operations are working smoothly, and we're not making any changes to them, so we're preventing those issues.
Okay, before questions, anyone in chambers speak on this? Anybody on Zoom?
There's nobody on Zoom with their hand raised.
Okay, close public hearing.
And do any board members have any disclosures to make? No.
I did a site visit when I was in college.
It's funny you say that because I was
it was definitely not in high school.
Yeah.
It was definitely not in high school.
It's like the longest club in history of Miami
It was
Beach.
college, yeah.
I was a partner in a club called Bet, and we opened the same month.
I went there
closed
too.
20 years ago.
That was the good
Anyway,
days.
Elizabeth, any more questions?
No,
Okay.
I've
Anybody
made
else
many
have any
site visits.
questions? Someone want to move it?
Motion to approve.
Okay. Alyssa seconded. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
You earned your money today.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. The last one before comp plan code amendments is Planning Board File 240672, 1790 Alton Road Mixed Use Building.
This application has been requesting a modification to a previously issued conditional use permit for a 5-story mixed-use development, including the use of mechanical parking and a restaurant with more than 100 seats and a floor area in excess of 3,500 square feet. Specifically, the applicant is requesting to change the outdoor operational hours and increase the seating count per recently approved city code amendment.
So just to provide some further background, the planning board reviewed the structure itself on September 20th of 2022 and approved the CUP. Now, on April 28th of 2023, the city commission adopted an ordinance that allowed for additional outdoor seating for restaurants at Front Alton Road and are located south of 18th Street. This application includes a restaurant on the ground floor that was previously approved for 81 seats, is now proposing to keep the same number of seats, but shift more seats indoors. And the restaurant on the second floor that was approved for 179 seats is proposed to expand to 240 seats. Now, as noted in our staff report, while the applicant is proposing to expand the seating on the property, as well as extend the hours of operation, outdoor seating on the second level terrace, there are no abutting residential uses that would be directly affected by the project. And further, the conditions of the CUP as well as the city code prohibit outdoor speakers, except for life safety purposes. So there's no outdoor music on this second level terrace, and that should remove any concerns from the impacts of outdoor music on the neighborhood. Special events are also prohibited for any alcoholic beverage establishment in the code. So for those reasons, staff is recommending that the application be approved, subject to the conditions outlined in the modified CUP, starting on page 147 of the board packages. Without turning it over to, is it going to be Mr. Marrero, the applicant?
Good morning again. Is it still morning? Yes, it is. Good morning again. Mickey Marrero, law firm Burke, Howard, Fernandez, and Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. With me today, Emily Balter, who is passing out a handout for you, my partner Michael Larkin, and my co-counsel Andrew Stearns, as well as Stephanie Yasanowski, VP of the Finbarb Group.
Thank you.
We're here today, and if we can get the slide presentation up, thank you. If you can go to slide 2, just to show you where the property is, it's in Sunset Harbor on the very southeast corner of the neighborhood, as Michael noted, away from all the residential in the neighborhood. For some of you that were here going back 2 years, maybe a little bit into that, will remember this project. We actually came to you all, well, let me backtrack a little bit, just so you have a full history. Our client, Mr. Finvarb, purchased this property in November of 2020, and, well, he entered into a contract. Before he closed, he met with Tom Mooney, met with staff to confirm that a hotel is permitted use here. That was confirmed, and he started, made a non-refundable significant deposit and started preparing plans for a 36-unit hotel room. That would have been as of right. While he had already purchased the property, spent considerable money moving forward, or, you know, put a deposit on, there were some objections to a hotel here. As a result, many, many months went into this, discussions with everybody, commissioners, neighbors. Ultimately, the commission did adopt a prohibition of hotels in Sunset Harbor before we were able to submit for plans. So that put my client in a tough situation. They had a significant asset now that they could not develop for what they thought they could develop when they purchased the property. Mr. Stearns is here. He did retain counsel just to protect his rights, but ultimately the goal was not to be in a lawsuit. The goal was, let's try and find a solution here. Let's try and find a way to make this work. So he had to reimagine the project. So Mr. Finvarb, as you all probably know, is a hotel developer. That's what he does. That's what he's always done. But he reimagined the project. It's 12 units now, not a hotel, and it's got 2 restaurants. And there's a ground floor restaurant and a second floor restaurant. We did go forward in 2022 in September to get the CUP. The reason we did it at that time was because, although it's taken longer than anticipated, our client wanted to proceed with a building permit as soon as possible. So we got the planning board approval in September of 2022, and then we got the DRB approval shortly thereafter in December of 2022. Right after that, we started working with the neighborhood association and with the commission on an ordinance that would allow modifications to the project that had been discussed at the 2022 planning board meeting. We advised that we'd probably be coming back if that ordinance was passed. And what that ordinance did was modify the occupancy for outdoor seating and the hours of operation for a second-story restaurant. That's all that it did. That ordinance was adopted, and again, we met with Sunset Harbor formally multiple times in 2023, and the planning board heard that ordinance. We were here in support of that ordinance, February of 2023. What that ordinance did, it increased the outdoor seating permitted for second-floor restaurants from 40 to 100 seats, and it limited the area that was applicable to. So it applies to this property because it's far away from the residential. It faces Dade Boulevard and Collins Canal, and no anticipated impact. Planning board recommended in favor of that. It went to first reading at the commission on March 27th, 2023, and ultimately was adopted April 28th with the support of Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association at the hearing. And also we had signed an agreement with them that specifically said 100 seats and 12 a.m. operation of that outdoor restaurant. What we submitted to you today, as Michael said, includes no other changes. It is simply the changes that were always discussed that were part of that ordinance. Our agreement with Sunset Harbor says no more than 100 seats outside and 12 a.m. operational. It has other things that we agreed to that aren't necessarily relevant to this order, but those are the 2 things. That's what's before you today. The ordinance is consistent with that, 100 outdoor seats, 12 a.m. operational. And again, just to be clear, this is farthest away from any other property in Sunset Harbor from residential. There are no outdoor speakers permitted, so there will be no even ambient noise coming into the outside. There is no entertainment proposed at all. So all the things that we're concerned about in other properties aren't present here. This is a bona fide restaurant. And this basically, to the way that I see it, and I think the way staff sees it based on the presentation, is really almost like a cleanup. We always anticipated this occupancy. We couldn't include it in that prior application because the ordinance was still not adopted. It has been adopted, and the reason, just so it's clear, that we waited a few months to come back to you all, we told our client, listen, we don't want to keep going back to the planning board. Are there any potential other changes? And it wasn't clear, and now it is. There are no other changes. It's just 100 seats outdoors and the 12 a.m. operational hours, again, consistent with our agreement with the neighborhood, consistent with the ordinance that was adopted unanimously by the commission with everyone's support at the time. So here to answer any questions, reserve some time for rebuttal, but essentially that's the story, and we hope for your approval today.
Okay, thank you. Sandra, I assume you're here for this? Okay.
And before we open to the public, do any board members have any ex parte communications to disclose?
Speak in your mic, sorry.
I just received emails.
Okay, and those emails were forwarded to staff and are part of the record.
Yes.
Hi.
And
Good,
Senator, and please address his comment that there was an agreement
I
with
will,
the
I will,
neighbor.
I
Go
will,
ahead.
I will address it, I will address it all. Good morning, everybody. Sarah de los Reyes, Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association. Thank you for hearing me. He gave the background, which is, he's totally correct. We started this in 2021. We started with the discussion about the hotels and no hotels. And then this became a building in which we believe that when he made the change, it became a short-term rental building. Not been announced, not have said that it is. We know that's what it is, that we believe that's what it is. And I could be wrong. It is not a condo. It is not a residential for 6 months. It is a short-term rental building. We're not happy. We did agree, my letter went out, and we did agree to that. But in that agreement, they actually also made the change in terms of the bookings. And if you read in your document, it has the way they're going to book. It's 1,490 bookings per year, per calendar year, and in September, 93. Number one, who would actually follow or enforce this? Because we don't have any ways of going in there and saying, oh, they booked that at $500 or $499, and they can book it every day. That, to me, they came back to that, and we agreed to that. We were pressured by the commission to make an agreement because we started with the hotel, and we did. And we're not, we stand by our agreement, but we're not happy because it is a short-term rental that we never wanted in Sunset Harbor. I did ask, why don't you close the restaurant, make it glass so you don't have to worry about an outdoor anything? No, why don't you have offices there?
Let me interrupt you one second. When you say it's a short-term rental, you mean it's a hotel, right?
No, it is not a hotel. Hotels are not allowed in Sunset Harbor, but it is a short-term rental that we cannot, by law, we cannot prohibit them for having a short-term rental. And Michael can attest to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's an apartment building, but a short-term rental is not prohibited.
Okay.
How many, if I may, how many, is it 6 months in a day? Is it?
No.
So a short-term rental is something that's a rental that's less than 6 months in a day.
Right, but I remember Mark Samuelian had negotiated a whole lot of things on this, and he had pushed really hard for 6 months in a day, and I couldn't remember if he, no?
They never agree. They never
The bottom
agree
line,
to that.
the bottom line is it's permitted under the zoning, the short, okay, all right.
It is
go ahead.
permitted under the zoning.
All right, go ahead.
So we agreed to this, but we're not happy because we never wanted. We wanted 6 months in a day. I agree. I brought that up.
Right.
No, he says, I'm in a hotel business. I am not into renting for 6
Got
months.
it, all right,
and
but
I
it's
didn't-
it's within their rights, so go ahead with your argument.
Within their rights. So
Okay.
I did not know about this cup, 179 and 38. Because if I would have heard the day that I was sitting down here saying, this is the cup, I would have said, do not change it. Keep it as is. And we didn't. But I do go by with what our agreement was within January 31st, 2023. We gave him a letter that we approved that. And in that letter, it had the bookings, and there was nothing else. That we
So I'm just trying to understand, what's changed since you agreed to their plan?
Nothing has changed except the fact that we were never happy. I never heard of that.
So you're having seller's remorse. In other words, nothing changed. No, I'm just trying to understand your argument.
We never heard of the 38
Right.
and I'm 179. That was not, in my recollection, now I could be wrong, it wasn't presented on that day that there was 38 and 179 seats on the second, because we were having the discussion of brand-new building. So how could it be in a cup on a place that they're putting in an application? This is where I'm not clear how that happened, because otherwise I would have said, keep 38 and 179. I want to reduce how many seats you're sitting outside. Inside is whatever they can fit, based on the code.
Right.
But that's
Mickey, I'm trying to understand.
That's what my letter
No,
said.
because I know how much of an advocate, I live in your neighborhood, and I know how much you advocate for us, so I appreciate everything you do. And I'm just trying to understand what has changed since, because I know you guys met a lot, and I know how vigorously you
Right.
fight for the neighborhood, so.
And that's where my letter went.
Right, so I'm trying to understand what has changed. I just want you to crystallize what, if anything, is different from what, because obviously she made an educated decision on behalf of the association to agree with you. So I want to know if anything's changed since she
Nothing
made that.
Nothing has changed. what we're asking, so just to reference, and I apologize if it was not clear, but in the agreement that we signed and they signed, there's a bunch of, but we specifically reference in the third whereas clause that there was a conditional use permit already approved. In section 1 of that agreement, we reference the conditional use permit as well and say that the only change subsequent is, we agree to limit the outdoor speakers. So if, and that was an agreement we made, if the code were to change, we still can't have outdoor speakers. We
Okay.
agreed to a whole host of things on bookings, so it was always clear, and you're right, this is a residential building,
Right.
but the
And I
code-
know it is far away
Right.
from the building. So
And-
Sandra, what is, Sandra, I'm sorry, Sarah, what's your ultimate concern with, like, you came today to oppose? What exactly,
It's a short-term rental.
no, I know, but that we can't change.
Right,
And that's not before the board on
Right,
this
that's not for the
application.
board. So
right. No,
as far as what's before us,
What, he said that they had the cup before. I do not remember that. I do not remember. I remember signing a piece of paper saying that we would agree to 100 seats and to close at 12 a.m. I'm very clear. I have the letter here, the letter that I gave you. Now, the letter that I gave you was January 31st, 2023. The thing that was signed here, and you see it on page number 4, which there's not a page number 5, on that agreement, the one that I signed, didn't even have a date on top. I signed it, no date on top.
Well, yeah, it's notarized April 28th. It was the day of the hearing.
And they
We were here.
changed, and they changed the thing to 2023, from 2021.
well, I'm not
But-
worried about the dates. I'm just trying to again,
So,
I just
again-
want to know what has changed since that agreement
I'm
was
happy to
made.
respond. Nothing
Okay.
has changed, right? So there's a confusion about the prior CUP. We were here in September 22. At the time, and I reviewed the tape, we even said, we're going to come back because we're seeking additional occupancy and hours, but the ordinance hasn't been adopted yet. We
Right.
said that to this board. And this is it.
Right, so I want to go back to
There's
you.
no
So,
change.
so Sarah, what is it that what's your, I know you don't like short-term rental, but that's not before us. What is your concern with what's before us?
Well, I do not, well, what we don't want is to have second floor restaurants anymore in Santa Harbor, so we don't have this argument of what's gonna be out there, that's number one. We made the mistake of allowing this, which is not allowed in Santa Harbor, a
Right,
rooftop.
but
It's
he
not-
relied on that agreement to.
I
build-
know, and
Right.
I said, I stand by the
Okay.
agreement. I'm not saying I
Right.
am denying the agreement. I'm telling you, yes, we made that, now it's 100 outside and whatever the amount is inside, which is bigger than what we originally agreed.
All right, but let me ask you, would you agree that where this is located, that the possibility of anyone from the towers
Well,
where you
what
live
about,
or
what about the office, I'm using at the future of Santa Harbor, what about the Office Depot? Office Depot gets sold and it becomes a residential building. Now, I would like to know if that happens and there's a lot of noise and it's a residential building, can they come back with the cup and you're gonna refuse the cup, or you're gonna say, oh, this is a grandfather cup and then we can't make any changes like it has in the past?
But Sarah, these are not things that are before us right now.
No, I understand, I
mean,
understand.
We can't predict the
No,
future.
I understand, and like I said, I did say yes
No,
to
believe
100.
me, I appreciate you, and I just wanted to understand,
And I-
maybe there was a change that you weren't aware of when you agreed to that. So that's all, I understand what you're
We
saying.
were always worried about the amount of rentals that they're gonna have there,
Right.
always worried about that, which is in there, and I don't know, the city can do something about how do you enforce that? You're never gonna be able to enforce it, we're never gonna be able to enforce that. You know, whatever they put in there it's basically not even valid.
Right, okay. So she brings up an interesting question, and it isn't before us, but I'm just curious. That depot, is that zoned for residential? Like, could someone build it? Because right now, where the Palomar is, it doesn't concern me, because I live there. I live in Sunset Harbor, and I know how far away it is from all the residents. But if someone did build a residential tower in that space, would that alter anything? Or first of all, is that zoned for residential?
You can build residential in the area.
Okay.
And part of the reason, just to go back in terms of the idea of short-term rental, this is zone CD2, so it's a commercial, medium-intensity zoning district. The city cannot prohibit short-term rentals.
Right,
in
no, we
areas that-
understand that.
Right, so that's why,
And they don't have entertainment, they don't have music, but if the noise from the patrons was out of control, which I hope it won't be, but, and there's that residential building, what would happen if someone built something next door?
well, anybody can complain about
Right.
anything, so, but if there are.
Right, they'd have to
If
be
this
within
becomes
their
a
CUP.
nuisance,
Okay.
anybody can call code compliance and they'll go out and investigate. And if there's a valid complaint, that can be issued, or complaints are issued, and we would set them as for the progress report before the planning board. But like I say, I haven't seen in my history here of 20-some years, outdoor venues that have no music and no special event being an issue or having noise complaints.
I just want to make sure one thing that maybe you can add to the cup, that the doors of the restaurant will remain closed, and the music inside does not filter outside. Because it happens with our Bay Club, that the doors are open. We don't complain about it, but, you know, they're supposed to have by law, the doors closed.
Mr.
So I
Chair.
just want to make sure.
Yes.
I just was thinking about something. When I was looking at this, 38 to 100 is a 270% increase in seating. And I feel like that even by virtue of the people speaking outside, that it's going to be, people are going to have to increase their noise volume, speaking over people and things like that. Is there something that we can, is there some sort of like sound, like glass thing or some kind of something you can put around to sort of mitigate it?
Mickey?
Look, this whole Reimagine project that we had to reimagine because of the unexpected hotel provision, it largely benefited from there being an outdoor terrace. That was a big part of why it worked.
That still has,
And
that still
so-
has the noise issue. I mean,
there's
I'm
no
just
speed-
saying, that's 270%. I mean, people speak over each other all the time.
But let me address why that is. Again, we always planned 100 seats outside, and that's how we've always wanted. We got a CUP that's at 38 because at the time, the max was 40. We told this board then that we were gonna come back for the additional. The agreement with Sunset Harbor, which took a lot of work and multiple meetings to get to, and I'll read it to you, the section that's relevant. The owner hereby agrees the exterior space in the second level shall contain no more than 100 exterior seats. Furthermore, this exterior space in the second level will conclude food and beverage service no later than 12 a.m. That is exactly what was adopted in the ordinance. That is exactly what's in this application today. As Michael said, for restaurants that have an outdoor space where there's no outdoor speakers, no special events, no entertainment, they've never had a problem. In addition to all of that, this is in the furthest property in Sunset Harbor from residential. We can talk about the hypothetical of an office supply store becoming residential later, but that's not even before us.
I'm not,
You know,
I'm saying that's not before us, but I am just trying to head off any noise complaints to code. Look, you plan for the city you want, not the city you have. And I'm just trying to head off at the pass anything that could or might affect in the future.
I'd just like to say a couple things. First of all, Sarah, thank you for everything you do in Sunset Harbor. It's a neighboring neighborhood from where I live in, and you do a lot of your strong voice in making sure that the residents are getting a good quality of life. I do think, and if I hear you well, there's a frustration and feeling that some of the information wasn't communicated and there wasn't a very good outreach in making sure you guys had all the information or could have spoken at a time when it could have made a difference.
We had a lot of meetings. I can't say we didn't. Because
No,
we
well,
really,
but
truly do.
there's obviously,
But-
she voiced at some point there was that
But it
you
was
weren't.
way, you know, we were pushed to get this done. We were pushed by the commission at that time. Started with the hotel. We were pushed very hard to get an agreement with the hotel, an agreement about this thing, and we did. We did the agreement. Now, I just want to make sure that the doors are closed, and hopefully, if they do build something there in the future, that we can come back to the city and there is noise, to change the amount of seats. 100 people, 100 seats, 100 people out there is a lot of people in that terrace. I don't know the space. I don't even know the square footage of the space because there is a square footage ordinance in Sunset Harbor requires under 3,500 and above 5,000. We did make a change
Just wanna finish
to
what I
reduce
wanted
the
to
amount of
first,
seats.
please. All right, I just want to finish what I was going to say about your request and making sure the doors are closed. And I think it's sensible to not have the music and this noise carrying out. Although a restaurant with 100 seats outside, I'm just thinking for the service, you're not going to be able to keep a door closed. You're going to have the waiters coming in and out. So I'm not sure that's going to be realistic. But I do understand your concern. I don't know that at this point we can do anything. I'm just concerned seeing that there's no parking plan provided because of the size of the restaurants. And we are seeing a lot of add-ons in that neighborhood and a lot of new restaurants and a lot of increased traffic. And it's already a neighborhood where we're having a lot of issues. So I just find that we have to come out, and this is maybe not today the right meeting to be speaking of this, but we need to start considering these projects, not into this individually where we're seeing a whole neighborhood getting impacted hugely, and I'm not sure the infrastructure is there to support that as far as traffic. And so every time we see a project come through, we approve them, but at the end, we're creating a lot of chaos for this neighborhood, I think.
Yeah, and I'm with Melissa on that. That was my concern. And I guess in reading the staff report, it says, since the ground floor restaurant has fewer than 100 seats and 3,500 square feet of floor area, and the second restaurant is a non-residential use located above the ground floor, they do not require parking. And so, I guess that's, I get that that's what the ordinance says, but I flagged this when we, had, Uchiko coming in to that corner, and I get it, it's a different part of Sunset Harbor, but you can only fit so many valet parking in that one parking garage that everybody keeps talking about how empty it is all the time. Like, at some point, it's not gonna be empty because we're relying on all of those for the valet parking in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. And none of these restaurants have parking. And so, to know that there's 19 spaces in that building, you wanna have 321 seats. The 19 spaces are for the whole building, it's not just for the restaurant.
No, it's just for the residential units.
Right, exactly, so there's none,
I mean, just so you understand, we follow the code.
I know.
If there's additional parking provided, that's not a required parking, it counts against FAR, so we just follow the code.
Well, I get that,
Change it in
and
the future, but-
listen, I get, that's what your job is, to follow the code, and you're doing that. My issue, us here on the planning board, is to be on the lookout for things like this, where you're asking to increase the number of seats. It may be palatable for parking, no parking when you've got, 260 seats, but the increase to 321, to me, doesn't make sense. I'm okay with the 12 a.m. outdoors, but not with 100 outdoor seats. I think it's the similar sort of, the more people you put out there, the harder it is to hear each other. I know you're not gonna have music out there, but, just normal conversation. We've heard, sound engineers talk about normal level of conversation, and it's gonna carry. So my personal thinking is, and kind of going along with what I think should be the future of this planning board, which is give a little bit, see how, what do we know what restaurant is going in there?
By the way, Ronnie Finvarb is on Zoom, and he'd like to speak at some point, because he's out of town.
See if there was any.
But, so whenever that's, but I will be honest with you, there is an agreement with an operator, and I was asked if we could discuss it. They were doing a very detailed press release, but it complies, it's not an entertainment venue, it's a bona fide restaurant. We will get a press release soon, but I'm not at liberty to discuss it until they do their own press release.
But I guess my only point is that, one of the things that we have done in the past on this planning board is to give what's being asked, and then the burden is on the neighbors to have to flag it, they have to call code compliance, then the neighbors have to show up to these meetings, they get continued a few times or whatever happens, and the burden's really on the neighbors to do the heavy lifting to get something changed. I think it's what's easier and better for the neighbors or the residents is to give a little bit of what you're asking, reach some sort of compromise, and if you're doing really well, if the sound's not carrying, then come back to us and we'll give you more.
But I want to emphasize, and I know not everybody's spoken, this is the compromise. This took a lot of time to get here. It involved meetings multiple times with all the commissioners. And I know some of you weren't on this board at the time.
It's your compromise
Yeah.
with the neighbors, it's not the planning board.
Right, no, I understand. I'm just saying, this, getting to where we are, saved us from getting, because there was a reliance on a hotel here. There was legitimate financial reliance, and that's why Mr. Stearns was retained, just to protect Mr. Finbarb's rights, for a hotel. We reimagined this in a way that it would work for Mr. Finbarb and not have to put us into a dispute with the city, but, this was the compromise, and
What you're saying, the hotel versus, I'm not talking about the hotel aspect, I'm just talking about
Yeah.
seats.
No, I'm
right
telling you
now.
that there was a 36-unit hotel proposed.
Uh-huh.
That was as of right.
Right.
At the time that he put money down.
Then they got banned.
And then, because of the negotiations with the commission, with the neighbors, we did not proceed with a hotel. The code changed to prohibit hotels. That's how we reimagined this in a way that it works. He clearly would have preferred to build the original project. That's why he bought it. But this was a way to compromise. Getting this to work as is was a lot of work.
All right, let's hear
Yeah.
from, I guess.
Yeah,
Mr.
Ronnie
Finbarr,
Finbarb's
let him
on
speak.
Zoom.
Hi, Ronnie. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Hey, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for taking the time. Sorry I could not be there in person. I'm actually out of town with my family. But, you know, I've been listening to this and we've been at this for a very long time. I've actually been at this since 2020 on this property. And when I bought this property, the property was entitled to be was entitled and permitted for, not entitled, but it was permitted for hotel use. And that was where we relied on that. We proceeded with hotel as the use. And we were planning on doing a 36-room hotel. Subsequent to that happening, you know, there was obviously the overlay. Fast forward 4 years, we've had multiple meetings with the Sunset Harbor Association. We entered into an agreement with the Sunset Harbor Association, and we relied, and we continue to rely on the agreements that we've entered into and on the ordinance that was passed by the city. This is not black, you know, this is not gray area. I need those seats. We have entered into an agreement, and without every single one of those seats that we made a deal for, the deal does not proceed. We have a lender that we have selected to proceed with the construction of this project. We have engaged all of our design professionals and engineers and our full team. So to now pull one seat away from this at this stage of the game, a year after we had entered into this agreement with the association and got this approved unanimously by the city, is a non-starter, unfortunately, for us. And when I say non-starter, it means that the deal is going to blow up, unfortunately. So again, let's all basically be mindful of the fact that I am building a luxury product, a gourmet market, top of the line gourmet market with a cafe on the first level that is going to be well received since we no longer have Epicure, okay? Second level restaurant that is going to have top of the line finishes. The food is spot on. It's going to be something that is going to be really well received in the neighborhood. And then 12 highly amenitized, full state of the art luxury finishes, residential units, okay? I'm not a bad actor here. We are basically, people know me in the town. They know what we do. We're building, you know, some high quality projects throughout the neighborhood. And this project is surrounded by a Ross Dress for Less, a car wash, and an Office Depot. And the people that would be affected, if any, by my outdoor seating are going to be my two hotels across the street, which is the Kimpton and the Marriott. So again, I'm not going to do anything to shoot myself in the foot to do and to build something that we feel is going to compromise the guest experience at our properties across the street. But hopefully you guys could really appreciate the fact that we have worked hard, okay, at pivoting from one use to another. We have had lengthy dialogue and negotiations with the association, and there was no gray area as far as what was being asked for. These were very, very, you know, lengthy negotiations. Everybody was clear on what was being asked for. We gave concessions, you know, they gave concessions. Obviously, we reached an agreement, and we have been relying on that agreement and the ordinance since that happened a year ago. So again, you know, we're building something spectacular that is going to activate the area, and we're surrounded by, you know, obviously a Ross, Office Depot, and a car wash. And we're building something that is going to be spectacular, something that's going to be really well received in the neighborhood. And my reputation, and I think our reputation as a group, speaks for itself. And we are, you know, we're obviously neighbors, you know, born and raised in Miami Beach. So we frequent the Sunset Harbor neighborhood all the time. We have 2 living, breathing hotels across the street. And let me raise one additional or address one additional concern. We own the Kimpton and we own the Marriott across the street. Both hotels run consistently in the mid 70s to mid 80s% occupancy. Our parking garages annualized barely, even when we run in the mid 70s to mid 80s% occupancy, our parking garages barely reach 30% occupancy annualized, let's say 35% occupancy. So we have a significant amount of empty spaces because the dynamic has changed where people Uber back and forth and they don't, park their cars. So we have plenty of additional parking. Aside from all the parking that Sunset Harbor has, we have a significant amount of parking across the street as well that is being very underutilized.
Ronnie, do you allow parking in those hotels other than hotel guests?
Yeah, we do. We do. When our restaurant was fully activated, we had parking for the restaurant patrons as well, and we never had an issue.
But is it valet only or is it
Valet only. Yes, it's valet only.
By the way, Michael.
So again, listen, we know what the area demands. I'm very strategic in bringing, filling voids for the area. And this will be a significant void that we're filling that is going to be really, really well received by the neighborhood. And again, our outdoor seating overlooks our Kimpton right across the street. And I personally would not do anything to compromise our guest experience because we need repeat customers and guests to continue to come to our hotels.
All right, thanks, Ronnie. And
So
Michael, I assume the
appreciate the time.
CUP
I'm here.
addresses noise.
I'm here
right?
for questions, don't hesitate.
Well, let me go through the
I
conditions.
mean,
there's
if I understand everything, the only concern is whether the patrons will make a lot of noise because they're not allowed music, they're not allowed entertainment up there, right?
Correct.
So it's just people.
People talking.
All right.
And like I said, there's no residential uses nearby.
Right.
This is a commercial
Yeah,
zone.
no, I know where it is. There's no one near.
It's also not, it's not on the top level.
All right.
It's on the second level, so it's, it's,
All right,
it's
well,
not on top of the
I'm just going to
residential.
say my piece and let you all decide. I know the Finbarb family forever, and he is very reputable. They are always good operators. I think in reliance on the deal and all that they've done, that and where this is located, I'm in favor of the application. So I'll let. Is there anybody else on Zoom, by the way?
There's nobody else on Zoom.
Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing.
And also, I do see that, I think it's number 14, section 9, number 14, does address noise. So,
Right. Scott?
Just a question for staff, just to clarify, when the original CUP was issued, it was an 8 PM cutoff for outdoor. Was that the code at the time, or what was the reason
Yes,
behind it?
yes.
Okay. And then the code.
As well as the code at the time did not allow any occupancy more than 199 in the area, so that was another reason why they sought the modification.
Okay.
Yeah, I think besides noise, the other issue here, which hasn't really been talked about much though, is transportation. And I had a couple questions and I went through your operational plan. So I'm just going to go through one by one and then perhaps you can address those. The employee parking plan, you discussed bicycle parking on the property to serve residents, patrons, and employees. But going through the site plans that were provided, the architectural plans, I didn't see any on site. So I think that's important that there be secure bicycle parking for employees and residents. Especially since I did the math here and PM shift is 62 employees. So that's a pretty significant amount. You need to find space, I think, on site in the garage.
And there's only, this has only 3 spaces shall be provided.
Yeah, it says 3, but there's not even 3
I would
listed
think
on the plans.
3 is insufficient anyways.
Yeah, so we definitely need a sufficient number there. And then the other item is the valet parking. I know Melissa mentioned this. Everyone's concerned about that garage. Mr. Finbarb just said that his 2 hotels nearby have 30% occupancy in the garage. Would you be willing to consider, and is this something that we can do, staff, offer a condition that any valet parking needs to fill to capacity those 2 garages that he mentioned before they park vehicles anywhere else?
I mean, Ronnie's there, he can confirm, but I'm speaking to Stephanie, I don't think that's a problem. As long as those are available, we're happy to use them. Frankly, I was involved with Mr. Finbarb when he got those buildings approved. All of our data showed that the parking would be underutilized, but we had to meet code.
Yeah.
We went forward, and they are, in fact, I've been there. I mean, it's a ghost town, those garages. They have mechanical parking, and they're empty. So I would have no problem. I don't know how it's put in condition, but
Where
to
did
use
you
those if-
contemplate, the operation plan just says that valet parking will be offered. Where did you contemplate offering that?
So Joaquin Vargas is on Zoom as well, if you want to hear from him. He did all the traffic engineering.
Okay.
But in Sunset Harbor, there obviously are garages available. But and we believe strongly, based on our experience in the area, Ronnie's experience in the area, most of the folks that are going to be frequenting the establishment, both the residential and at least the restaurant uses, are not going to be using cars. The market is something we expect people to walk to. The restaurant is a destination, people will be Ubering. But to the extent that we need more, and again, the reason Sunset Harbor has those regulations about reduced parking is because of the existence of the garages, and it was meant to encourage the use of those garages for valet and not build unnecessary parking. That was the intent when that legislation was adopted many years ago. But we just have the unique luxury of Ronnie having 2 garages right across the street, which are at 30% capacity. So to your point, I don't think we'd have a problem. Ronnie can confirm, agreeing to a condition that so long as there's availability, we would use those garages for any overflow valet.
And I would ask if staff thinks that's a good idea or not as well, before we
Well,
propose
I
it.
think as long as the applicant agrees to that condition and doesn't oppose it, we can include a condition. Basically, it would require them to use the existing garages for valet operations before using other locations. for parking.
Ronnie wanted to speak. He's just
Yeah,
texting
so
me.
if you want to hear from Ronnie? Ronnie, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, listen, the idea is to get the same valet parking operator. That would make the most sense because, obviously, to the extent that there is availability at other parking garages, the valet operators will be, right now, the Kimpton and the Marriott have the same valet parking operator. We have the same valet parking operator. The idea here would be to have the same valet parking operator so that we could determine what availability exists at the existing garages. Now, to make a deed restriction or a covenant with respect to other properties, I'm not in a position to do that because I don't, I don't think that's something that should be required of us. But there is plenty of parking in the area. I'm giving you an example of the 2 hotels across the street where we do have, surplus parking. And the idea would be, yes, we would obviously use that surplus parking, but I'd rather not put a condition because they are separate properties. And, I don't want to unnecessarily restrict those other properties. But the idea is have the same valet parking operator for the property so that they could have, great communication to determine what is available. But there is plenty of parking, not only in our 2 hotels across the street, but also in obviously the huge parking garage and obviously others throughout Sunset Harbor. Keep in mind, everyone, that most of the hotels in Sunset Harbor, most of the restaurants in Sunset Harbor do not have any parking. We have some on-site parking. And we would not, proceed if we felt that we were underparked and our guests would be circling around. We have a level of confidence knowing that the dynamic has shifted and, based on the 2 hotels across the street, we feel even more confident that parking is, we have plenty of surplus. So I'd rather not, have a condition which ties those 2 properties across the street to this. But I just wanted to give you that piece of information because, you know, we definitely are, we definitely have a surplus.
Thank you, Ronnie. Just to address, I was confirming, because I remember there being some bicycle parking. We are required to have bicycle parking. It's in the CUP already, and the requirement is that we provide it, the location at permitting, so we're going to comply with that. We're not asking that to be removed. So there will be bicycle parking. Again, I hope we're not going to be back here on this again, but it's a CUP. If there was a valet problem, if there was a noise problem, we're not expecting anything, but we'll come back. Staff will bring us back, and we'll deal with it. So you have that level of protection. We don't think we'll need to be. We don't see this as a project that's going to have issues, but you all have that control. That's the beauty of the CUP. You can vote in favor of this based on everything we've said, hopefully, and in confidence know that if there is a problem, we're going to have to come and address it, and hopefully it doesn't happen.
And we do have a condition that they do have to come back to the board for a progress report within 90 days of the BTR. And I would suggest that at the time, that any sort of valet operations and the occupancy of that valet should be provided to the board as part of an updated, traffic statement.
We're happy to agree with that.
Because we've often seen the cases where, the board reviews a valet operation based upon an anticipated number of trips and anticipated number of valet runners, and it's almost always the case that the number of runners is much less than what was anticipated because the utilization of that valet is not as was expected.
Yeah,
So we're fine with that condition.
So to the valet points, because I'm looking at the map here on page 146 of our packet, the Ross across the street also has a garage as well. Perhaps as part of the progress report, the location of storage will be something that would be reported to us.
Absolutely. We'll bring that back. That's, I think, what Michael had in mind, and we can agree with that.
Yeah, just so I think every time we have an application that is a new building that has any sort of traffic or valet component, the board should be updated as to how the actual operation has been handled since opening as part of any progress report.
But Melissa's concern, I think, is valid, though. Most of these large hotel or large restaurants that have been contemplated, they've used that Sunset Harbor garage as their answer to questions about parking for patrons. So, just another one in the line there, and I think that these red flags being raised are valid. But regarding the bicycle parking, I think does it say in here that 3 spaces will be required? Again, can you point us to the plan, the sheet on the plans?
They're not located yet. The requirement was that they be provided the location at permitting.
Yeah.
So they're working on, we're required to have them. So I don't have a location confirmed yet, but it will be part of our permit application at the requirement.
Again, I counted from your operations plan 62 employees in the PM shift. That's a pretty high number. Many people live in the area on Miami Beach, and they use micromobility, or they use bicycles to get here in the hospitality industry. So, I would advocate for a higher number than 3.
Yeah, and we can
within the
increase that
garage.
number now if you want, or.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I think that was based upon the prior lower number, so now we're.
260
So
seats.
now we're increasing it substantially, so I would suggest, much higher number for that.
Yeah, again, I don't want to legislate that or pick that number, but maybe, if there's, their traffic engineer can suggest one based upon,
So,
different
look, I'm
modal-
just communicating with
Yeah.
my friend in Colorado right now. Just based on the percentage of change, we can say 5, or at least 5. That's more than 3. Again, we don't believe they'll be that utilized, but I think 5 is a good number. Does that work? That's,
At least-
we're going from,
Yeah.
in that restaurant, we're going from what was like 170 something seats to 240. So it's, that's commensurate with the.
I think we also should identify, so I think we don't need to have bicycle parking identified specifically for the residential units on the property. I think we need to have parking for both protected parking, probably covered inside for employees, as well as parking that could be covered or on the public right of way. The city can install, you guys can install bicycle racks according to city standard in the public right of way. So I think there's an opportunity to have much more, or many more parking spaces, both on property and within the public right of way,
think-
subject to the transportation and parking department.
We're happy to meet with transportation. We're happy to, when we come back for that progress report, to report on how that's been addressed and what we've added. But just to give you some relief, I think we can agree now and have gotten email, text confirmation.
Yeah.
5, we can add that
I
condition.
think
5.
we can modify to include a greater number, and then, at the time of the progress report, we can review that and even increase it further based upon what the final permitted locations are and what's available.
Okay, we're
I
fine.
think definitely we want to have more than 5 in the right-of-way, in the sidewalk area for
Yeah,
bicycle
but
parking.
these 5 are like on the property.
Yeah, so I think in addition to that, we want to have parking.
In the garage. Yep.
And I'm also happy to hear that you're going to have more parking spaces, because it is an issue, and especially since y'all don't want to tie the properties together. So, thank you.
In paragraph 9G, there's a typo in terms of the valet. It says,
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's,
so I don't know which street, I don't know where the parking is gonna be, but that needs to be fixed. I guess I'm still hung up on the valet, the parking situation. We don't know where they're gonna be parking, so how are we supposed to know the number of trips going through Sunset Harbor if they're parking in the public parking garage? That's, valet operators zooming through, the streets. We have to take all this planning for Sunset Harbor all into account. I mean, we have these 2 big new restaurants, both very big restaurants, on Purdy.
They're providing parking, right, at that new building?
They
Yeah.
are, but I'm saying in
Okay.
terms of the congestion, the sound, I mean, you've got the new members club, you've got Bebe, you've got all these new things, which is great for the neighborhood, but I just think that it requires more consideration into the traffic patterns, the noise levels, without seeing an operation plan. I mean, I see you submitted a sort of a bare bones operation plan, but without understanding, what type of restaurant we're talking about, whether it's a lot of foot traffic, whether it's a lot of people, like Sadel's is gonna be, it would, in my mind, be more people who are gonna be driving than something that's sort of ground level walking for the neighborhood people. And so I guess I'm just uncomfortable increasing all of this. I'm fine with the midnight, so long as there's some noise attenuation devices in play. I don't see anything really other than the fact that there's no speakers, but when you have that many people, 100 people on the second floor, is there going to be foliage? Is there going to be any awnings or anything?
And I know you want to move on. Ronnie says he wants to speak again, and if that's available, he can. But yeah, there will be foliage. There will be things like that. They weren't really installed as sound attenuation necessarily, because again, what we've seen in my 20+ years and Michael's vast experience in this, when you don't have outdoor speakers, when you don't have entertainment, there's no music out there. So this is not a bar where people are talking at a bar. People are sitting down eating.
Well, I don't know.
So,
Listen, in all fairness, I don't know. We haven't seen anything. We don't know the name of the operator. And respectfully, I mean, I appreciate what we're trying to do with this building. It's beautiful. I'm sure the neighbors are going to like it when it's done. But it's not fair to us. We're trying to do the best we can to come in, ask for more seats, and then say, if you don't give us this, the whole thing is gonna flop and the whole thing is gonna fail.
Jonathan, I
No,
agree.
but Jonathan, I agree with you to a point, but you have to also take into account where this is located.
I totally understand.
Okay, but that's a big deal.
It is a big
It's
deal.
not Purdy Lounge across the street from you.
Guys, can we
Okay.
address the sound attenuation in DRB? Because that seems like,
We can do it now, is what I'm saying. Like, why can't we just add in a very, standard thing that says like, sound attenuation devices will be utilized. We don't have to get too specific, but there will be, foliage to minimize the carrying of conversations to neighboring buildings. I mean, there's a hotel, I get it, the same owner of the
we're
property, so
trying
they
to
don't have
plan
any
for the
interest in
future.
disturbing the guests, but there's a hotel right there as well.
Sorry?
Whenever
he wants
Go
to
ahead,
really
Ronnie,
wants to-
go ahead.
Ronnie really wants
Last
to
comment,
speak.
then we're gonna move on. Go ahead.
Ronnie, are you there?
You
Can
may be
you,
on
can you
mute.
hear?
Yes, we
Okay.
can hear you.
Jonathan, first of all, I want to commend you for raising some great points, and we have thought of all of the matters that you're discussing and addressed it. We have a big specimen tree going in the middle of the outdoor patio area on the second level. So there's going to be like a big specimen tree in the middle that will create sound attenuation, and there will be covered canopies around that second level area as well. That's going to create additional sound attenuation also. So keep in mind, guys, that we are right next to, this is probably the only site that I could think of that is bordered by 3 roads, okay? There's 18th Street, there's Dade Boulevard, and there's Alton Road, which has the highest traffic counts in all of Miami Beach, okay? So we are on that corner bordered by these 3 roads. So as much as people are concerned of noise going out, we're concerned of noise coming in, okay? So we have a noise consultant that's on the team. Not everybody engages a noise consultant, okay? And we are doing certain things on that outdoor area that will create sound attenuation coming inside and going outside. Okay, so Jonathan, really good points, and we have addressed those points. And we have a huge specimen tree in the middle, and we have canopies all around that second level area as well to help with that sound attenuation. So I appreciate you raising that. And we have a tremendous amount of foliage and landscaping around that second level as well to create additional attenuation. So great, I really appreciate it, and we have addressed that.
Okay, good. So, so can we include in the CUP? Thank you, Mr. Vinbar. That the applicant will utilize foliage and canopies to attenuate sound to neighboring areas.
Fine with that too, and I do appreciate the wanting to bring noise in from the street too, so.
We can include that condition.
And I would also strengthen the valet queuing. I would say there shall be no queuing of valet cars.
Yeah, so to ensure no queuing
But it says to ensure no queuing. That's like, I think it should be, there shall be no queuing, so that if there is long queuing, that's a violation.
Well, I just want to make clear, valet by its nature has some queuing. It won't be long queuing, but, right, there will be cars, that, for seconds, right? I just want to make that clear. That if 3 cars show up, the valet attendants will be, and the condition is written in a way that it's sufficient so that the queuing goes away quickly.
Right, so
Mickey,
there's no backup.
Right.
Ronnie, go ahead.
I think, so I know we closed the public hearing, but since there's been some back and forth and Ronnie spoke a few times, we do have a couple of callers now, so you want to reopen the public hearing?
No.
Okay. All right, really briefly, because we've been at this for an hour. Go ahead.
Paul Wexler?
Paul, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I just had wanted to suggest earlier on, but the public part was cut off, was that there would be some sound attenuation. You guys have addressed that now, but I'm not sure whether foliage does it in of itself or whether there would be some kind of glass. But much as Sarah had pointed out earlier, the noise factor is a big concern, as well as what precedents get set for future projects like the Office Depot.
Paul, where do you live?
I'm on the Sunset Harbor Association board as well. I've joined recently. I'm at Sunset Harbor North.
Okay.
And we have Mitch Novick also with his hand raised.
Hi, Mitch. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hey, folks, sorry. Good afternoon. I inadvertently somehow hit the raise hand icon. I apologize.
No problem. Let's
Hey,
go.
Mitch.
We do have another caller, Marilyn Freudlich.
Hi, Marilyn. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I'm very sorry I'm not there in person, but I am in Ohio on grandma duty. So I'm on Zoom, and I want to thank Sarah, who is fantastic. She's a great representative of our association. And there's a couple of things. And also, I want to thank Mickey and Ronnie, because they have been very fair in their presentation, and I appreciate that. It is my understanding from years and years and years back when we negotiated the garage with Scott, Robin, and the city, and that there was no, and Maddie was at the time, I think, if I recall correctly, there was not to be any valet parking in our garage. The garage was not supposed to be used for valet parking. So I want to know if that still is true or if that has changed. Regardless of.
You're talking about the Sunset Harbor garage?
Sunset Harbor garage, yes. It was one of the conditions that it will not be used for
Were you
valet
planning on-
parking for anybody.
No, we weren't using it. No, we're not using it as storage. I think the logic there is what I do when I go to Sunset Harbor and I drive, which is at night, usually not, but during the day, I'll park in that garage and walk a block or two.
No, I'm
Yeah.
trying to understand.
We're not using it as
that
storage.
it's valet.
No, we're not using it as a storage lot.
Mickey, I'm talking about a valet company using the garage to valet cars. That was a prohibited use when we first negotiated that garage. If that has changed, I do not know. That's my question.
No, understood, Marilyn. Thank you for that. We're not, and I appreciate your kind comments. We're not using that as a valet storage lot. We're using it,
Mickey,
no one does.
please. It's a general question, nothing having to do with you.
I
This
guess for
question
staff,
is
she's asking if
Michael
valet-
I'd have to research, I have no idea.
All right, Marilyn, they have to look into that.
Okay, the other question that I have, are they going to have any activity in the rooftop of the building? Is there a pool up there?
There's a pool for the residential uses. It's not open to the public. It's just for the residents.
We have conditions regarding that in the final order.
Yeah, it's a
No
very small
commercial
pool
use
for the
of the
12
rooftop.
units only. And just to go back to
You
when
can't have any
Jonathan,
noise coming out from there anyways.
What?
It's all ambient, right?
there's no speakers, outdoor speakers.
All right.
Yeah, but,
Correct.
but Jonathan, to your
And
point, Lonnie,
also-
Sorry, go ahead, Marilyn, then we're
Let
gonna
me
let you
have-
conclude.
Yes, please. And another thing that I noticed with this new thing that you sent is that you're having mechanical parking. Was that part of the original deal?
that's the reason, yes, is that for me? That's the reason we came to the
Yeah.
planning board originally, for the it's not a 50,000 square foot, it's for the mechanical parking.
But that's only for the
Again, the only required parking here is for the residential.
Right.
So,
But that's always been there.
so like, just to conclude, I don't want to take more time. Like Sarah said, we're not happy with a lot of things that are going on that property, but we had to compromise, but we were very pressured by the previous commission to do that. So yes, we did, and we stand by what we agreed, but we hope, we really hope, and I'm very appreciative of Ronnie, and he's always been a good friend, and I really appreciate his projects. He's a fantastic operator, that we will be able to live in peace. And if something comes up, that we can all come back to the planning board and resolve our differences.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you.
And Ronnie confirmed, Jonathan, that he agrees, as he proposed a condition on foliage and canopies to function as sound attenuation. It's already in
All
the
right,
plan,
so
so
can
we're happy
we-
to agree to that.
Can we add that?
Yeah, we can add that as a condition.
And you have the 5 spaces, the 5.
Right.
Minimum, right. so
Okay.
minimum.
Right.
All right, with all that said, can we have a motion by somebody?
Yeah, I'll move it forward with the conditions we said with the foliage for sound barrier and the queuing of 5 cars.
And I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I sorry I missed it. That included also the increase in
Like,
bicycle park
yes.
spaces.
Yes.
Okay.
5, yep.
In favor, yes.
Okay, anyone opposed? No. Okay, Marilyn, thank you. Sarah, thank
you all.
And so this will
Mickey,
this will
thank
be
you.
back before the board for a progress report
Right,
90 days
90 days.
after the operation of the restaurants.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And is that progress report, is it still open for modification?
No, a progress report cannot be substantially modified.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sorry.
a CUP cannot be substantially modified at the time of a progress report, unless the applicant agrees. Like, if the applicant agrees, we're going to modify this condition, they can agree to that versus having to set a revocation modification hearing.
Got it. I was just thinking it might be, for new applications, the process might be easier. I mean, obviously, the whole thing would have to change, but it might be easier to leave it open for modification at that 90-day mark so that then you don't have to notice and, go through all that.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. That's something that we could include as an amendment, to say that, the valet operation or certain elements could be modified at the time of a progress report. I think as long as the CUP is clear on that, then I think we can include that.
And I would make sure that it related to a specific issue. I think there is an important reliance component on what the boards approve. So I think if there's a specific issue that you're concerned about and you want to have the authority to make changes, then let's be specific.
I would like to make sure that the valet parking can be used at another place, because I do think that's going to be an issue.
Well, when they come back for the progress report, because the board asked them for this, they're going to give us their valet operations plan, or how it's been operating. They're going to give us that plan and show us how it's been operating as part of that progress report.
I think.
All right, we're going to move on. We're going to take 15 minutes. Y'all, I've got to leave. Your guys' lunch is here. What are you here for? Which item? 13. Okay, they're going to take a 10-minute lunch break. Yes, sir. And then,
Since the chair is leaving, I have a request. I'm here for the elimination of the 0.5 floor area on Washington Avenue. Can we postpone this for the next meeting
Sorry,
so the
can you
full
repeat
board
that?
can be there and we can make our presentation?
which one are you talking about?
Can you repeat, please?
What number?
It is
Number
PV
16.
240697.
Right, and so what's your request? I'm the only one that won't be here.
Yeah, I would like to present to the whole board in the next meeting, if possible. I don't think it's any rush to.
No, I don't know what the commission's, I don't know.
No, we're recommending that the board hear it. We will have more than the 4 members required to transmit a recommendation, so we're recommending
All
that
right,
this
they
stand
want to
agenda.
move forward. I'm the only one that won't be here, but
Okay.
they want to move forward. But
Okay.
thank you for asking.
I guess I was going to support his thought, but however, if we need
Yeah,
to wait,
we're
then
gonna,
we'll
we're
do
gonna
that.
move forward with it. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break, and then Melissa will take over, and we'll be on ordinances.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're going to get started with the second part. We're going through the comprehensive plan and code amendments, starting with PB 240671 for height incentives for hotel conversion to residential use.
Thank you. And this staff report begins on page 159 of the board packages. So just first some history on this. This proposed amendment is to further incentivize the conversion of hotels within the RPS 4 zoning district, such as the subject application, which is for the Marion Stanton, located at 161 Ocean Drive. This is to be convert it to non-transient residential. Now, the replacement of a hotel with a non-transient residential use will reduce the impact of hotel uses in the South of Fifth neighborhood. And the code was amended last year to allow RPS 4 properties that voluntarily convert to residential use to have a maximum floor area of 2.75, where the previously maximum was 2.0. And this was actually approved with a voter referendum back on November 8th of 2022 that passed with approval of 65% of the city's voters. So the property already has an incentive to increase the FAR to 2.75 by converting it to a non-transient residential use. This application is proposing to increase the height that's allowed for this type of conversion from the maximum that's permitted now of 100 feet to 145 feet. In staff's review of this application, the increase of FAR represents about a 38% increase compared to the prior approval. So we do believe that the applicant's proposal to increase the height from 100 feet to 145 is proportional to the increase in FAR. We are recommending that as part of this, there be some slight increase in the setback requirements since they're getting additional height. So we are recommending as part of this approval that we do increase the setbacks for the pedestal slightly, and that so that when they eventually go to the Historic Preservation Board for approval, we're not resulting in a pedestal that takes up the entire width of the property as well as the height. So we are recommending that the application be approved with a slight increase to the pedestal requirements for properties such as this. I'll turn it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Madam Vice Chair, board members, city staff, Christopher Pinellas and Neeson Kazan's joining me remotely. He's out of town, but joining us virtually from Ackerman LLP. Law office is located at 98 Southeast 7th Street in the city of Miami, Florida. I'm joined today with the project principal, Colin Gorsuch, from Kumar Investments LLC, who are the principals pushing this project forward and the redevelopment of the Marriott Stanton. If we can put up the slide presentation, please. Thank you. Just to give a little background here, a few things. As Mr. Belush mentioned, this did go to voter referendum for the 0.75 FAR incentive November 2022, approved by 65% of the electorate here in the city of Miami Beach. After that approval, if we go to the next slide, please. Next slide. Just to give a little bit of a timeline here. We started this process off by going to the South of Fifth Neighborhood Association to get their buy-in for that 0.75 FAR incentive. The ballot question was then referred to the voters. Again, as I mentioned previously and Mr. Belush mentioned, this was approved by 65% of the voters. Then in May of 2023, the FAR incentive was codified by the City Commission. At that point in time, we went back, studied the use of that additional FAR, realized that we needed additional height to take advantage of that FAR incentive. We went back to SOFNA to get their endorsement of the additional height. They passed a resolution endorsing our request for 45 feet of additional height. I also wanted to point out that the situation here has changed a little bit. The governor in March of this year passed the Resiliency and Safe Structures Act, which would allow for the demolition of historic structures that intersect with the coastal construction control line. And what's interesting here about this zoning district, the RPS 4 zoning district, is that if you have a contributing building on property, your height is actually limited to 75 feet. And the reason why I point out the RSSA is Now we're actually incentivized to demolish the historic structure because with the contributing historic structure on property, we're limited to 75 feet of height, while if we demolish it, we can go up to 100. So this proposal that we have today would also incentivize the maintenance of contributing historic structures, as it's one of the conditions to go ahead and tap into these incentives that those structures be maintained. We went in front of the Historic Preservation Board earlier this month for an advisory review. They recommended and passed a resolution supporting up to 150 feet of height at their discretion for these projects, so they gave us 5 additional feet. We'll happily take that if that's the board's recommendation today. And then now we're here in front of you all for our transmittal hearing. Next slide, please. So we wanted to give you this slide just to kind of show what the zoning district is. These are all the oceanfront properties south of 5th along Ocean. You get some of South Point as well, such as the Portofino Towers and the Continuum Towers that are in the south of 5th neighborhood. Our development site is just south of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Park, south of 2nd Street. Next slide, please. And this is what the south of 2nd Street neighborhood looks like. I wanted to contextualize this so that you see we're asking for 145 feet of height. As you can see there, you have Glass Tower, that's about 200 feet of height. And then you have, again, on South Point, those very tall buildings, 4 of which I believe are over 300 feet of height. So the request that we're proposing today contextually is in line with the neighborhood and the zoning district. Next slide, please. These are some examples of some of the structures that exist within the RPS4 zoning district. You have the Marriott Staten, you have the Hilton Bentley, again, the taller towers of Continuum, Portofino on South Point, and some other structures, again, east of Ocean, south of 5th. Next slide. So this slide here kind of highlights the zoning proposal. It's a slight modification of the FAR incentive that was already codified, just asking for an additional 145 feet of height, again, to support that additional FAR. As I mentioned before, and I'm happy to put this into the record if the board's like, it is an exhibit to our letter of intent, the letter of support that we received from SOFNA endorsing this proposal. Next slide, please. And this slide here points out the 3 properties under the current proposal that would qualify for this incentive. Again, the intent of this is to transition transient uses into residential uses in line with the existing neighborhood. The 3 properties that would qualify for this FAR and height incentive currently qualify for the FAR incentive, but also the additional height, should this be adopted, would be the Savoy and Beach Club, Hilton Bentley, and my client's property, the Marriott Staten. Next slide, please. This diagram shows the study that we conducted after the FAR incentive was adopted. This shows the additional about 67,000 square feet that 0.75 FAR incentive represents, and the difficulty that we had in placing the massing, considering the existing historic structure on the property and also the setbacks that apply to the property. That area in red is basically, the conflict that we had. So we studied it. We found that 45 feet of additional height up top would give us enough space to go ahead and place that additional FAR and really allow the incentive to go ahead and act as originally proposed to transition those residential uses. Next slide. So this shows, again, the FAR and height incentive as applied to 161 Ocean. Right now, the existing hotel is about 107 feet to the top of the roof. If you see to the left side of the screen, we have an architectural element there that I think, Colin, correct me if I'm wrong, goes like 125 feet. So this kind of shows the existing height versus what's being proposed. From the top of the existing architectural treatment, we're asking for an additional 25 feet further from the top of that. Next slide, please. And again, this just shows contextually the location of our proposed project and the neighboring buildings and their height. Again, on South Point, you have some very, very tall buildings. Just kitty corner to our project, you have Glass Tower, which is about 200 feet, and we're asking for 145. Next slide, please. And then I'm going to pass it on to Colin just to give you guys, again, we'll be coming back to the HPB for design review approval, hopefully after this proposed ordinance is adopted. But we wanted to go ahead and give you all an idea of what we're looking at and contextualize the program. Obviously, this is subject to design change, pending comments with staff and the process, but wanted to go ahead and give you guys a visualization of what the proposed development would look like. Colin?
Hi, good afternoon. Colin Gorsuch, Vice President of Development for Key International, which is Comar Properties, here representing the Ardid family, who originally purchased the property and is the current owner, originally developed the hotel which exists on site today. Purpose of my part of the presentation is just to show you who the architect is that we've selected and an idea of the proposed development that could be accomplished with the additional height. So we're excited that we've hired Olson Kundig Architects. Olson Kundig is a world-renowned architecture firm, really known for their regional modernism, meaning that they're a modernist, but they're very sensitive to the site and site-specific architecture in terms of materiality, attention to craftsmanship, and the environment, and also specifically in this case, neighboring buildings and how we fit in with the existing site. These four renderings, we felt it was important to develop the architecture to a concept level, which is what is in front of you today, to illustrate what the massing would need to be, and within the 145-foot height limitation. Again, as Chris said, the additional height allows us to fit the additional FAR that we've been approved for. Top left image is from the northeast looking towards the building. The bottom left image is of the view of the property from Ocean Drive. Bottom right is from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Park looking south, and then the top right is the top unit. Again, very conceptual still, but the idea is just to show you, what Olson Kundig has proposed for the concept to date. Again, site-specific, large overhangs, stone, travertine, wood, and we think it's a really exciting design.
So that's it. I would just ask if I could reserve a minute for rebuttal should it become necessary. I also want to point out that we did review staff's recommendation on the proposed setback, and my client does not have an objection. Thank you.
And we do have Neeson on the line. Neeson, would you like to speak on this?
Good morning, Chair and members of the board, Neeson Kasdan. I think Chris laid it out well. I'm available if there are any questions as well. I would like to just as well point out that this is very much the appropriate context for that RPS4 zoning district, which has a combination of tall buildings, some built in the last 20, 25 years, like Continuum and the others which were built earlier in the 60s or 70s, 465 Ocean, 401 Ocean. And there are some shorter, 2-3 story historic buildings. So the district is a mixture of both, and this zoning allows that context to be maintained by allowing appropriate new higher residential development and while maintaining historic structures. I would point out that this was not just supported by SOFNA, but unanimously supported in both their resolutions for the FAR and for the height. They viewed this as critical to the continuing transition of south of Fifth into a more residential neighborhood versus a transient neighborhood. And this is really the only way that with our property that can be achieved. So if there are any questions, here to answer them, and thank you for your time on this.
Is there anyone else here in chamber to speak on it? All right, so do we have questions here on the board, Scott?
Yeah, just one question. For staff, you mentioned there shall be no variances from the subsection C. What is C? What is it referring to?
Let me find the section here, hold on. What page are you on in that staff report?
Page 169. And the reason I'm asking is because, I mean, you're proposing to just add on to the existing building. I have no issue with that at all. I mean, I'm in favor of this. My concern is if, whatever, you don't go through with it, or you sell the property, and somebody decides to tear the building down and rebuild, I'd want to be sure that whatever's built there is built according to whatever the current zoning is without looking for any variances. And I'm just curious, because this refers to subsection C, and I just want to be sure that any new building, new construction there would not be able to get any kind of variances.
Give me just a second.
Madam Vice Chair, if I may.
Yes.
So, Mr. Needleman, I just want to clarify for the purposes of the record, our proposal would be to demolish the existing hotel, but maintain the contributing building on property. It's the contributing building is what's on the northwest portion of the property. It's the two-story building where the Starbucks currently exists at the Marriott Stand. So our proposal would be to maintain that and then build a new addition behind that, demolishing the hotel. I believe subsection C, and Mr. Chief Deputy, please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's in regard to the short-term rental provision that's included as part of the.
Yes, it's basically, it should be within that subsection 4, which talks about the height and FAR.
I think maybe the C could be a carryover from, this was originally drafted as an amendment to the old code, if I remember correctly. Could C be a carryover from the old code, and it really should say 4 now?
Potentially, I'm happy to clarify that with you after, Mr.
We can look at that after. I think the intent was that that any variances from the provisions relating to the FAR incentive, any variances would be prohibited, and that would include the conditions prohibiting where the applicant.
Right. There's basically, we're required to proffer a covenant voluntarily restricting our residential units, prohibiting short-term rentals less than 6 months.
Yeah, it's not to prohibit variances from, say, a setback or something else, some other provision of the code.
Okay. Well, you've suggested that there are increased setbacks, so I guess if you want to put those in, when they come back with their new design, maybe they ask for a variance from that,
It doesn't prohibit that still, it's still subject to the Historic Preservation Board.
Yeah, I mean, should it be, I mean, if one of your concerns is increased setbacks, should there be a prohibition on a setback variance?
I mean, I really.
Because it's and it's for the new construction, not obviously the existing building that will remain.
With the existing building,
The existing building is going to, there's no setbacks, there's nothing, the existing setbacks can be maintained for the existing building, so.
Correct.
This would just be for the new construction.
Yeah, and that's just my concern, that, if you want to impose existing or newer setbacks, increased setbacks, that there, in my opinion, shouldn't be you shouldn't ask for a variance from that. In other words, just design as per what the current.
Yeah, and Madam Vice Chair, if I may respond to that, my understanding, Mr. Belushi, and correct me if I'm wrong, the purpose of that recommended modification to the proposal was to prevent developers from coming in with these existing structures and using the established setback line for
new
an
construction,
addition, for new
correct.
construction. And we're fine, basically, this would just refer to the underlying
Exactly,
setback
exactly.
regulations within the district, and we're okay with that. We're okay with the recommendation from staff. We are not proposing to use the established setback line from the existing structure for our new construction. We will be moving forward, respecting the seven, I think it's 7.5
And
for
it's
the
also, it's also a
pedestal.
higher standard to argue for a variance. So I think that, if we don't put this in and they come to the board and have a 5-foot setback without a variance, then then you have to argue from a design perspective that setback is not appropriate. In this case, it would require a variance if they're not complying with the underlying zoning, and they would have to establish, a hardship, and there's a more process to go through. So I wouldn't say outright it should be prohibited. I do think that, I don't think we need to prohibit variances from that section, but I do think we do need to establish what are the increased setbacks.
Okay. Yeah, again, I mean, I'm usually when there's a blank, when somebody starts with a blank slate, I think they should build, as per whatever the development
Hey.
regulations are. I know they have an existing building, so there
Exactly.
is some
There's some
leeway,
there are some constraints because of the existing building on the site. So without without seeing a final proposal or a final site plan, I do think there should be some flexibility.
Also, there are other properties involved in this zone.
But
And
the only ones that pertain to the increase for the RPS 4 are the ones that have an active hotel use right now. So those are the ones that this would apply to in the RPS 4.
and Sofin is okay with that?
Yes.
For all of these
It's only
properties?
3
not
properties.
just-
3 properties.
3 properties.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Scott, you done, Scott, or do you have any questions?
Michael, what's our role, and Nick, what's our role in this process? Because it wasn't referred to us by commission.
It's the same process, whether it comes from the city commission or private applicant, the standard of review is the same, it's just, it doesn't come from the city commission. Now, ultimately, the city commission still has to review and approve like any other application.
Okay.
Typically, if we have an ordinance that's coming from a referral from another committee, it includes support from members of the city commission. In this case, typically, if a private applicant is making this application, we advise them to discuss this with the elected officials in advance, because ultimately, if the elected officials are not supportive of this, then they would probably not even file the application because they don't have an indication of support. So in the end, you're just providing a recommendation like any other amendment to the city commission. Ultimately, it's the city commission that has to approve the ordinance.
So regardless of our vote today, it still heads to the commission for their approval. I do have a couple of questions. And first, I want to thank you, Mr. Pinellas, for the background on the Safe Structures and Resiliency Act. Did I get that right? SSRA?
Yes, yes, sir.
So you're saying that if, by right, if you were to demolish the entire structure, which, by the way, what year was this hotel constructed?
I believe 19, well, the hotel, no. There's the existing, the contributing structure on property is the 2-story Stanton that's on site. The hotel was developed, I believe, in the 90s.
1998.
Yeah,
1998,
90s. So it's not, the hotel itself, where the Marriott is not considered contributing. What's the contributing structure on site is the 2-story building where the Starbucks is currently housed. And the impact of the RSSA, the only reason I brought that up is right now, the current zoning regulations in RPS 4, if you have a contributing building on site, you're limited to 75 feet in height. Well, if you don't have a contributing building on site, you could build up to 100 feet of height. So the existing regulations actually de-incentivize historic preservation, because if we demolish pursuant to the RSSA by right, pursuant to state statute, all of a sudden we get 25 feet of additional height to build up. One of the conditions in our proposed ordinance is the maintenance of existing contributing buildings. So if we want to tap into this additional height, we would have to maintain, and it would reverse, at least as applied to our property and the 2 others, would reverse that dynamic and give developers an incentive to keep those historic buildings, because now instead of 75 feet, you get up to 145.
But you would, if you were to demolish everything that's there today on site, you still would be limited to the current FAR of 2.0. So you're not incentivized by additional FAR, correct? The way in which the
If they
FAR is-
convert, well, if they convert
Right.
to a non-transient residential use.
Correct.
They can use the incentive of 2.75.
It has to be non-transient.
But then they can't demolish the contributing structure on the
Correct,
site.
right.
So they don't get both.
Yeah.
Right.
And Mr. Galtanov, I understand your point, but it's a catch-22, right? Because, I mean, the flip of that, right, point that you made is currently the FAR is not usable.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a catch-22. Without the additional height, we can't use the FAR, right? So I understand where
And
you're
their
coming
transient
from.
use.
But I think he
Remains.
raises a good point, and after we make a recommendation on this application, we should consider sending make a motion to send a recommendation to the commission to now change that in this zoning district so that the height is the same, whether they have a contributing or non-contributing structure.
Right, and then, so we are going to bring before you a discussion, I think, next month regarding potential amendments to the resiliency code. So we can talk about those things as well at this time. Of course, this code was written before any state legislation that was being discussed here, so that's why there's that discrepancy, which you're right, should be addressed.
So a couple other questions
Yes,
for
sir, of
you.
course.
I know you talked about the south of Second Street neighborhood. The other part of the neighborhood that's north of Second Street, we didn't see heights. Do you know the heights of those buildings that Mr. Kazin mentioned? 465, Ocean, and the others?
Yeah, if we could bring up the PowerPoint, go back to the context slide that we had provided if possible. Yeah, go back a few. No, a little more. Go next one, sorry. Next one, forward. Next, there. So if we look at this slide, Matthew, and I guess you're asking for those properties north of Second Street, what are their height?
Yes.
I don't have the exact height of these buildings, but if you look at, for example, 465, which I believe is kitty corner to, I think there's a TGI Fridays there on Ocean, that's about 11 stories tall. Then you also look at 401 Ocean Drive, that's also about 11 stories tall. So I don't know the exact height of those buildings, I don't have those handy, but I do know they're about 11, 12 stories. Again, we're asking for 145, so contextually, I don't think it's too out of character as compared to those buildings.
And also, just north of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Park, there was a recent residential building that was constructed just north of, I don't have the address, but I know Frank Del Vecchio lives on the north side of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Park, and there was a new high-end residential building. It's actually two buildings directly to the north. One of them is on the street. I think it's 312 Ocean Drive or 321. It would be 321 Ocean Drive. And then there's a taller building that's to the east against the beach. And I'm wondering, that might be a good baseline for us to gauge more contemporary, residential construction. Do you happen to know the height of that building?
I do not. I'm not familiar with the project, candidly, Mr. Beltanov. Neeson, are you familiar with that project?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Which project?
So it was built in the mid-teens. It's just north of, it's 2 lots north of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Park.
Yeah, there were a couple of buildings. Remember the height under the old code. If you had a 50-foot lot and you had an historic structure, the height that you were allowed for any new or additional structures was reduced. So there are a couple of 50-foot lots which were built in around the time that you're talking about, Matthew, that had additional structures which were, I think, off the top of my head, I think 60 to 75 feet in height. Difference, of course, here is as well these are 100-foot or 100-foot plus lots, as is 465 Ocean, as is 401 Ocean, Bentley Bentley Beach rather, and our property. And those have always had a higher height, even, providing there were no historic structures on site. So that's kind of the difference between those lots that you're referring to, which were 50-foot lots and had a lower height for additional structures, and the 100-foot lots, which have higher ones. By the way, I would also just like to just note that I think it was Elizabeth Latone's comment that actually SOFNA would like to see, I think, the redevelopment of both the Savoy Arlington site and the Hilton site as residential. So they like the fact that there are a couple other properties that this might apply to the use of this incentive.
So actually, I just was able to pull it up, and the 321 Ocean Drive is 100 feet in lot width. I don't know if that helps you at all. So the hotel that's in operation today was completed in 1998, so a little bit over 25 years old.
Yeah, I think it was completed in 2000.
2000, so about quarter century old, and you're contemplating demolishing it to build a new structure.
That's correct.
Okay. How does the hotel operate today? Does it have any issues? Does it have?
No, it performs very well.
It performs very well. Okay. Another question I have, since there's a proposed height increase, almost 50%, have shadow studies been conducted to see if there will be any impact on the light?
We have looked at, in the model, the shadow studies and how it affects. It's actually very similar to what is existing on site today because of the architectural element, which Chris mentioned before, goes up to 125 feet. One element of the proposed design, as we see it, is that additional height that we're asking for, we're actually setting it back from the street, so to have less impact on Ocean Drive. So we've taken that area and pushed it further east so that it doesn't have the height impact on the street level.
What about, would there be a impact for the beach as well?
Well, it's 15 feet taller or 20 feet taller than what's existing today, so slightly.
So there could be potentially an impact.
The thing with the setbacks though on the east side is that we have significant setback on the east on the ocean side, so we cannot go past where the existing building is today. So the sunset, it's actually very minimal compared to what the existing hotel is.
And then, let's see, one more question is, I know you mentioned the Starbucks, Mr. Pinellas. I know we're really early into this, but what would the program plan be in addition to the main use residential, accessory uses, anything contemplated? The Starbucks going to stay, perhaps?
It will still, on the street front, on street level, it'll still be something, it'll be a restaurant or a cafe or a Starbucks or something that is, activated. Retail activated. The back half of the historic structure right now is planned to be part of the lobby experience, the arrival experience for the residential units.
Because the Starbucks, I know, there aren't many public, semi-public gathering spaces, third places, if you will, in the neighborhood where people can just get a cup of coffee and mingle and do what they do in cities. And so that certainly would be, I think, a concern amongst people that live in the neighborhood if that were, that particular use were to go. And then lastly, the height increase. Well, I remember this, when this was part of, I think, a wave of different referendums that came across in 2022. And height never was a topic. So, I voted in favor of this. I thought, good use. It wasn't going to be, a larger building or anything, the same footprint. So I'm kind of wondering, how we got to, 2022, 2024 now, a 50% increase. It never, that part wasn't contemplated for voters. So I think that as well could be a concern.
Yeah, and I understand your comment, Mr. Galtanoff, and it's well taken. I will say, we did go back to the neighborhood. We got a unanimous resolution endorsing this increased height proposal. And also the referendum was strictly limited to the FAR issue. Obviously, there's been a preemption from the state. Now FAR items are not required to go to a referendum. Now we have the 6/7 process that the city has codified. Height remains to be regulated in the same way, which is 5/7 vote by the city commission, modification of the LDRs. So I understand, but that wasn't the ballot question either. I mean, the ballot question was strictly limited to 0.75 FAR increase. And again, we went back to the neighborhood that originally supported the proposal, and we got their endorsement of this updated proposal as well.
So how did you land on the 0.75 FAR incentive?
How did we land on the
Land on
point?
that number, yes.
We took a look at our proposal, we took a look at what was currently allowed and what would make sense from a pro forma standpoint, from a financial standpoint, to transition this property from a transient use to a residential use.
Okay. I think,
Thank you, Mr. Galtano.
my questions are through for right now, but if I have any more, I'm more than happy to
Please.
to ask.
We welcome the conversation. Thank you, sir.
If I could provide an update on the 321 Ocean Drive property.
Yes.
I believe the height, I remember the code is modified, I think specifically to take in consideration the project here, where it does allow a higher height towards the ocean side up to 100 feet for a residential project. So this was a residential project, and as a provision for that being a residential project, the code has provisions for the Historic Preservation Board to approve up to 100 feet in height.
Is that the whole entire zoning district or just that particular?
Well, it applies to that zoning district that's with a lot of 100 feet or more.
Okay, so that would apply also to this subject area as well that we're discussing today.
This was for, I have to take a look and see all the other requirements here. Like I say, the south of Fifth regulations are some of the most complex in the entire city. So before giving a direct answer, I'd have to make sure that would be compliant.
Otherwise, it was 75 feet for that area. Okay, so it's 100 feet today.
Well, if I can clarify, Mr. Galtanoff,
Yes.
it's 100 feet today if you do not have a contributing structure on property. One of the requirements within the code to go ahead and get that 100 feet of height is the property shall not contain a contributing building. So we are limited to 75 feet, where as our improvements exist today on our property, on my client's property, we would be limited to 75 feet of height because there's an existing contributing building.
Yeah, that's the issue here. I'm looking at the
Okay.
code now, and that provision for 321 was for properties that shall not contain a contributing building.
So would you be happy with getting to 100 feet, right? Just like the other properties on the RPS district, you get the FAR incentive and you get that extra height?
If I may, the issue with that is because of the historic building that's located there, we can't occupy that zone of the lower levels without really being intrusive to, the characteristics of the historic building itself. So we really are limited in where we can put additional area, which is why we're requesting on top of the building, if that makes sense.
Okay, yes.
Thank you, Matthew.
You guys also provide maybe some more information on the Historic Preservation Board, what they thought of the project or the proposed height increase? Do you have any more information on that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'll say during our HPB advisory review, there was a resolution that was passed by the HPB stating that in their discretion, they would be able to authorize up to 50 additional feet, which would get us to a total of 150 feet. And that would be proposed on, a case-by-case basis during the certificate of appropriateness process. Our proposal as it stands right now is at 145 feet. We're happy to modify to 150 if the board would like us to, but, that was the resolution that was passed by the HPB.
Thank you.
All right, Nick, did you have any questions? No, you're good. All right.
No questions from me?
No questions for you?
I wish
All
it was one of the worse operators who wanted to do this, but it is what it is.
I'll just say, I think this is moving in a positive direction. I think what people want in that neighborhood and to see, I know there's a lot of resistance and any height increases and, but I think we're moving in the right direction for what we want to see for that part of the city. And, you know, there's a lot of concerns about Ocean Drive and how to reset the tone there. And I think this is a good start to increasing its elegance. So,
Thank you.
beautiful job.
Thank you.
SOFN has approved this unanimously. This has already been voted on by the voters, but I do have a couple of concerns. I don't want to see what happened with, I know it's a different zone, but I know there's the Live Local project that the Clevelander is proposing, and the tides, I think, is 12 feet, or 120, excuse me. And I don't want to see some sort of transfer unless, I mean, can we do something like this? I mean, is it, I don't.
Well, I think because this is an RPS4 district, I don't think it's eligible for Live Local, because we would treat RPS as residential. So now, I think the second part of your question is, are we effectively increasing the height that a Live Local project could go to within a mile of this property? And I don't think so.
I don't think we are, because I think we have higher height limits of 150 feet already. So I don't think that this would be increasing the allowance for other areas.
Okay, I just.
It's a good question.
I don't want to see that. Okay.
But, you know, that brings up a good point, though. There's resistance to live local projects and applications in this city, which is 150 feet. And here we are, perhaps giving blessing to increasing 250 to 150 feet. The difference being that the live local projects would have, you know, workforce housing, and this one is, it wasn't shared with us, but in previous meetings, it was going to be luxury housing, right? For maybe a couple dozen units, I think.
Yeah, we're going from 226 guest rooms
And
to
this is
42 units.
So,
again, in perpetuity, no short-term rentals, no
Correct.
transient, nothing.
Correct. We're going to covenant that.
And Madam Vice Chair, if I could just respond to Matthew, I think a big part of the resistance to Live Local projects is not just height, but also the FAR bonus and the requirement that the projects be approved administratively. This project would not be approved administratively. It would go through the same public process that the code currently requires.
But the optics, I think, could give some people pause, is the point that I'm trying
Understood.
to make here.
This isn't a live local, though. I just don't want it to, I don't want to move it down the road so that people think, oh, well, we can get that too.
But I think what's also, I guess, reassuring is that it's a pretty significant project that they're proposing, and we really haven't heard of any residents coming out against it. If anything, the South of Fifth neighborhood would probably appreciate the less transient, I guess, nature of the project.
They want this.
Yeah.
I think it's moving in the right direction. Are we ready to move this?
I'll move it.
All right, go ahead.
I'll move it favorably.
All right,
Second.
all right.
Sorry,
Congratulations.
who was the second on that?
Second was Nick.
Nick. It's Jonathan.
All in favor of the transmittal with a favorable recommendation?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm going to be a no, and I'm just going to explain why. I was riding my bike down Ocean Drive yesterday, and the existing building there today at 100 feet, it fits in with the environment. It doesn't draw attention to itself. As you're riding south, the top of the building just is visible over the tree line, and I'm concerned that 145 or 150 feet is just going to overpower the area and contextually not appropriate. So that's why I'm a no today.
And it's a concern to start setting a precedent, having too much height, but we also have to be able to attract the right investments. And if we're not making it interesting for them to build, then we're going to stay stuck with the same thing we have now. And so
But we did hear that it's a well-performing property today, so that not necessarily a bad thing either.
Correct, but
It's a transient use.
we're trying to move towards the more residential use, so.
I would add one point too, that based upon their massive studies, as viewed from Ocean Drive, you're not going to see the portion of the building above 100 feet because they have recessed it. Maybe from the ocean side, you're going to see it more, but from Ocean Drive, you're not going to see it more than 100 feet.
And that's a great point, because now we have the beach walk and other, height increases. I think the Ritz-Carlton project, the view from the beach walk and the beach was just as important, if not more important, than from the street. So I think that's also another consideration. And
I think that's something
play
that they
into.
probably can fine tune too,
Yeah.
when they go in front of the Historic Preservation Board, so you don't have a sheer wall that goes up the entirety of the setback. There probably could be some appropriate setback, which I think also the HPB required for the Raleigh site.
Yeah. So,
I do have one quick question. I don't want to see you guys start a project and then abandon it. We've seen that with the Bancroft and a couple other places on the beach. What would be your time frame from start to finish, and when would you stick a fork in the ground?
So I'll tell you this, Ms. Latone, and I'll allow my client to go ahead and advise on the construction timeline, but obviously we're waiting for resolution of this proposal before we do our entitlement drawings. I suspect that this will have a second reading in front of the City Commission in October. And then from there, it's to the races, and I know that my client's, ready, willing, and able to go ahead and move forward with their entitlement drawings. Then we got to go back to the HPB for the HPB review process, and then we're going to go in for our building drawings. So I think construction, Colin, is going to start. When do you expect to?
I can't be definitive on exactly when construction would start, but once we get through the entitlement process, I mean, the plan, obviously, with this request is to be able to start as soon as possible, but given construction and costs and conditions, so I don't want to stick to it.
I can say they are excited and eager to begin. I'll say that, Ms. Latone. I get emails from them every week asking what's our next step, what's the process. So I know that they're ready, willing, and able to go forward with this as soon as this ordinance is adopted, and then we're going to go through the entitlement process to get our certificate of appropriateness from the HPB.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to PB 240692, allowance for palm trees to satisfy minimum street tree requirements.
And this proposed ordinance begins on page 172 of the board packages. This is an ordinance related to the landscape requirements. It would allow palms to count as required street trees on the basis of 2 palms per required canopy tree, following certain requirements which are outlined on page 175. Now, as noted in our staff report, palms as street trees offer less shade for pedestrians and less environmental benefits in comparison to canopy trees that are native Florida-friendly canopy trees. We provided a fact sheet from the city's urban forestry master plan on the benefits of shade trees at the end of the staff report, starting on page 177 board packages. We also noted that the standard or the desired canopy level for cities is about 30%, and the city of Miami Beach is only about 17% coverage. And the city's goal is to achieve a 22% coverage by 2040. Also, palms require more maintenance and fertilizer than canopy trees, and also may impact, the Biscayne Bay in a negative manner based upon all that fertilizing that's required. So we also noted that that there's nothing in the code right now that prevents a developer or property owner from installing palms as part of their overall landscape plan. It's just they cannot count towards the required street tree requirements. And that's typically the case when somebody wants to do palm trees. They meet the minimum required for shade trees and then have, alternate palm trees within their development. So because of the benefits of canopy shade trees and palm trees not being able to meet that same benefit, we are recommending that the board transmit this ordinance to the City Commission with an unfavorable recommendation.
What's the, the impetus for this discussion? Was there an issue in the city where people, like, were residents coming in requesting it?
I think it may have been based upon some residents wanting to do palm trees versus shade trees. You know, the city has established, I think, certain areas where it's appropriate, say LaGorce Island, where you have a history of palms. So I think the city already has provisions for that versus applying citywide, allowing palm trees to count towards shade trees. So we do think there are allowances already in the code for palms, although this did come from out of the land use committee, and they did recommend in favor of it. Just from administrative side and staff side, it doesn't have good optics, and we don't believe it's for the benefit of the city to adopt such an ordinance.
So, other than the optics, and again, personally, I don't necessarily love the palm trees, but is it gonna make things, again, easier for residents? Does it make it, you know, so that when they're going through their home renovations or whatever it is, they're now able to satisfy, you know, the somewhat, I guess, difficult landscaping requirements a little
No,
bit
because
easier?
there's provisions now where you can't provide required landscaping on site for whatever reason. There is a provision to pay into the city's.
Right, but that might also be, you know, somewhat difficult for people like, you know, mom and pop who's just redoing their house.
But typically, if somebody is just renovating their house, they're not required to comply with the current landscape requirements. It'd be if they're doing a substantial rehab, like over 50%, then they'd be required to comply with the current code requirements.
Is this just on street, or is it?
This only
as
applies to the
well?
required street trees, not
All
on
right, so this is
private
for
property.
public spaces. not
Right,
for
this is in
residential
public spaces.
Before we go on with the comments and questions, do we have anyone on Zoom?
There's nobody on Zoom with their hand raised, and I see nobody in the audience wanting to speak.
All right, so we can continue. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, I understand the need for shade trees. I just hate to sort of do it at the expense of palm trees, because that's part of Miami Beach as well. And you talk about the history of Miami Beach and the looks, I mean, it's palm trees. So, you know, I know there's been, I don't want to say an attack on palm trees in the past, but, you know, the way the staff report is written, it really sounds like you're really like got it in for palm trees.
Well, you know, I used to live a few blocks from City Hall. In the summer, I would drive my car to work because there's no, you know, continuous shade to get from where I lived to City Hall. So I prefer to drive the 7 minutes versus walk the 5 minutes to work because of the shade. And I think it's really.
I agree with, we do need more canopy trees. I'm just thinking of sort of a compromise, and one thing I thought of is, maybe we can, sort of put call it a certain percentage, maybe up to a certain percentage of canopy trees for palm trees. In other words, they can only, let's say they're required to do 4 canopy trees. If we say, you know, we can max it out at 50%, so 2 of those trees, they can leave the palm trees in for, they can use palm trees in the place, but the other 2 have to be canopy trees. Maybe there's some
I like that.
kind of middle ground or something.
Some sort of hybrid situation, and it definitely needs to be tailored towards each area. I mean, North Beach in general has no trees, and, no, really. And I would like to see no coconut palms for sure. I mean, I've had my windshield broke, I mean, hey, Florida, twice, but we need some serious, you know, like, I love Meridian. I mean, I think that's spectacular. I would love to see something like that. I know that's not going to happen, but some sort of hybrid like you're talking about, I think would be good.
I think it's,
I'm
go ahead, sorry.
I'm in favor of the staff's recommendation, voting against this for various reasons. Number one, it's important to have canopy trees. They're low maintenance. They provide good shade. Palm trees require maintenance, active pruning. You have the problem of the coconuts, but there's also other variations of palm trees that don't have coconuts, but they have other things that are falling down. You have the issue of palm fronds falling down in the right-of-way, that if you have somebody who's disabled walking with a walker or a wheelchair and there's a big palm frond in the street, that's not something that you generally get, that you generally get from a traditional canopy tree. And palm fronds, they're growing new palms every 6 to 8 months, which means another one's dropping. And so it becomes more of an issue for the city, and then you've got to make sure that all the residents who have these palm trees are upkeeping them, and there's not these dangerous palms dropping. The other element, and coming in as the lawyer on this panel, is in terms of utilities. I've had a case where a palm tree is planted near an electrical, power lines, and somebody gets electrocuted because one of the palm fronds is touching the power line. You're not supposed to be planting them there, but when that royal palm is small and picked up from the nursery, it looks cute, and you don't expect it to grow up to be the beast that it becomes. So I'm against this. I think that there's plenty of good opportunities for canopy trees, and the biggest issue to me is the maintenance of it and blocking sidewalks for people who are in potential wheelchairs or pushing a cart of some sort.
Jonathan, may I just continuing the discussion. The shade trees, the canopy trees also shed leaves, and they block our drains, they block all kinds of things. Don't you think there could be some sort of situation where it could be in hybrid? Because, if the land use, if they've already gone through this, it seems like I don't know. Do you know what the vote was on land use?
I don't know, but just remember the board, the board is independent, so you are free to make a recommendation either way.
I also think to address a lot of Jonathan's concerns, I think a lot of those concerns are sort of focused more in commercial areas. We're thinking South Beach and whatnot.
Right.
I'd be okay if we if we allowed it, we allowed this ordinance in single-family home districts, because I think those are the people that are most affected. If somebody, obviously the project before us, if they have to put canopy trees in front of their building, they're gonna do that. That's a minor, minor percentage of their overall project. But if you have somebody with a small single-family home that's doing some work and they're required to put in a number of large canopy trees, that can be pretty costly for them. So, I'd be in favor of that. And it's something Elizabeth mentioned, we talk about the palm fronds, but, you go in the Flamingo Park neighborhood and there's so many streets that are it's cars parked in the street, so many leaves under
It's
the
incredible.
trees, and they clog the drains. The city's always out unclogging the drains. Whatever kind of tree we put, there's always gonna be some issue there. So, like I said, maybe there's a middle ground, maybe we limit it to single-family districts.
Case by case, area by area, maybe?
I'm just throwing out some ideas.
Same.
Is there any urgency to vote on this right now? Only reason why I
No.
ask is because it seems like, they want to kind of push forward palm trees. I know that I had, the city planted trees in front of my house that offer very little shade, and it's got flowers that go all over the place. Doesn't seem like there's any uniformity to the landscaping, I guess, plan for the canopy. So maybe we could kind of defer this, and then the city can present whatever it is the overall larger plan is for the city
I was gonna
in
ask,
terms of providing a tree canopy.
I think that's going in the right
Like
direction.
if you go to, let's say, Coral Gables or Coconut Grove, it's incredibly uniform. You go down all the streets, it's the same type of trees that are providing an incredible canopy. I love to see the beach get
I
there.
would like a real plan that's for, that's.
I know we used to have years ago, like a city master plan for street trees designated, okay, if you're on Meridian Avenue in this location in the city, this is your designated street tree. We can research and find out, what the status of that is or what happened, and maybe have our urban forestry division come and provide a
I
presentation.
feel like we should have like a real plan for
think
establishing what
I
that
agree.
canopy
Our
will
urban landscaping, because it's true, I see some of the work they've done, the Venetian, and they planted a bunch of trees, and they were the ugliest, saddest looking trees, and they were just random,
Park,
and you
too.
you'll
wonder
have
who
two trees.
picked those
And
trees,
in front
right?
of one house, there's one
Right,
type of tree,
right,
another
the other
house
one
is
is,
different.
I think we need a real plan. I would like to, and we, again, maybe it can tie in with something that I've asked one of the commissioners to do with some dune trees in North Beach, is that maybe they can,
What I would suggest, I just heard that the sponsor would like this to go forward with a recommendation today. Maybe you could recommend, whatever your recommendation is, is that this information be provided to the city commission as part of their first reading on the ordinance.
Okay.
Well, either way, it's up to the commission regardless of how we vote, correct?
Correct.
I mean, we're just.
You're giving a recommendation to the city commission.
Okay, so.
I'm just my two, just to add, I'm also on board with sort of reducing the palm trees and increasing more shade trees. I know it's kind of a resistance to feel prioritizing the shade trees over Miami that represents palm trees. I come from Canada, trust me, there's every day I wake up and I feel it's beautiful to have palm trees and it's very exotic. But as you said, like in Coral Gables, where I just came back from Spain, where it hit me how every public street is shaded. And we had the same temperatures as here, and you just didn't feel it. It was so beautiful and elegant, and it wasn't palm trees, there were shade trees. Now, the moment you look at people's property, that's where you see the palm trees. I don't think one eliminates the, what's typical to find here in Miami, especially we have all kinds of people who move here from other parts of the world who want to see a palm tree on their property. But I do think in public spacing, we could surely need to be benefiting something like Lincoln Road to be having no shade at all in a place that's, a walking area. So, but and as my colleague said, but it should be done in a way that's well planned, that it adds elegance to the city versus just a bunch of, random trees. And there's certainly some trees that don't lose their leaves the same way. So there's more thought that needs to be placed into this.
Agreed.
Does somebody want to make a recommendation with a transmittal, either positive or negative on this? Because I'm hearing like divergent
Yeah, I mean,
opinions.
to be honest, I think that regardless of how we vote, it doesn't necessarily matter because there's no specific plan for where these trees are gonna go or how they're gonna go. So, again, if
I guess the
everyone
idea
agrees.
is, general idea is, should the city code be amended to allow palms to satisfy the same requirements as shade trees
No.
on a 2-for-1 basis? That's what the ordinance is,
So basically, we would be supporting unfavorable recommendations such
either
as.
supporting that or not supporting it.
So I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendation with an
Unfavorable
unfavorable
recommendation, right?
recommendation.
I'll second that.
All right, do we want to add
With
any?
amendments.
Yeah,
I would
can
like
we
to
wanna
add
add
in there that we
comments.
I
like?
think you have
Made
to
to the
vote on
commission.
that, and then you can then do another vote on I don't even know if you have to take a vote.
The motion on the table, is to transmit with an unfavorable recommendation. The board
Yes.
can vote on that, and then if somebody wants to move recommended amendments, you can move that
So
separately.
first of all, is this, do you need to be second right now?
Was
Yeah,
seconded
it was
by-
seconded
by
by
Matthew.
Matthew.
Okay.
I'd
So I'll
like
do a
to-
roll call just in terms of, this is just for the first step, is for the unfavorable recommendation. Mr. Elias is absent. Mr. Frieden,
Yay, I guess.
this is the this
Yeah,
is in
I know,
favor
that's what I
of
was
the
thinking,
unfavorable
yes.
recommendation. Ms. Beatty,
Yes.
Mr. Cement,
Yes.
Mr. Goltenoff,
Yes.
Ms. Latone,
Yes.
Mr. Needleman.
No.
So that passes with an unfavorable recommendation, 5-1.
Okay.
Now, if you want to make any other recommendations,
I would like to make comments or recommendations that we had to take a look at the forestry plan for the city, and specifically how we could have the city be uniform as we do with how the sign code is supposed to be.
So a comprehensive plan,
So
basically.
a comprehensive
of
plan
the
for the
landscaping
trees.
And this
And,
landscaping.
and how we can, and how we can have the different trees, just have it
uniform.
we would like, to-
cohesive.
we would like,
Yeah.
we basically would
Cohesive.
like the city commission to review like a master street
Yes.
tree
Correct.
plan for the city.
Yes.
Do we have one?
I think we have one, but I don't know if it's been updated, so I think we could, as part of your
I just feel
motion,
like
could be
it's-
to,
It's hodgepodge.
Would the board like a presentation from staff on what the existing street tree plan is? And then at that time,
Then make some modifications that we feel would be appropriate or as recommendations. Do we feel that that's something we want to do?
Yeah?
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Okay,
I'll do that.
let's do it.
Okay.
yeah, so we can put that on the agenda to have urban forestry provide an update on the master plan for the city and discuss, what the plan of action is to implement that plan.
Great, I think that's a good idea.
We don't need a motion for that?
No, but that's
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
So basically, we'll put that on the agenda as a discussion item, probably for October or November.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next item is PB 240691, Entertainment and Supper Club Regulations.
Okay, and this ordinance begins on page 185 of the board packages. What this ordinance does is, first of all, establish a definition for supper club, which can be found on page 192 of the board packages. Essentially, it would be a qualifying restaurant that is with a minimal annual food sales of 40%. Now, the ordinance does modify the requirements for entertainment establishments citywide. Currently, indoor entertainment does not require a CUP when the occupancy load is less than 200. As proposed, depending on the zoning district, there are some certain proposed modifications. In the RM3 residential district, indoor entertainment would now require a CUP regardless of occupancy load. Indoor entertainment would only be allowed as accessory to a hotel use and only part of a supper club or indoor venue with alcohol service not past 2 a.m. Or entertainment would be allowed if the entertainment use is fully enclosed within a hotel that has at least 200 rooms and there's no direct access to the street. And in this case, may serve alcohol after 2 a.m. Now, in the commercial districts where entertainment is currently allowed, it would require a CUP for indoor entertainment with an occupancy that exceeds 125 versus the 199 in place right now. However, on Washington Avenue, a venue that is classified as a supper club would not require a CUP provided the occupancy is less than 300. So in certain circumstances, the code is going to be more restrictive, and in areas on Washington Avenue, to encourage these type of supper club uses, it'd be less restrictive to allow an occupancy up to 300, provided it is a supper club with food sales of at least 40%. That's in effect the summary of the ordinance. We are recommending that the planning board include, subject to city commission approval, an applicability clause. And let me just read that to the record just a second. Sorry, just a second. While I find that, we can go ahead and discuss the ordinance, and I'll find that applicability section. There's nobody on Zoom with their hand raised, and I see, does anybody, I think, Monica wants to provide the applicability.
Unless you want me to hand it to you. Good afternoon, Board. Monica Enton, MHE Law, offices at 7950 Northwest 53rd Street. I have an applicability clause that I have provided to staff. I have a situation where there's an existing business who has been on operation for over 30 years and has provided numerous plans throughout those 30 years to the city. In every plan, every seat has been in there and has been reflected. They get inspected every year annually for fire. However, somehow the number of seats did not transfer to the CU. And the business tax receipt. Therefore, we started a process to correct that on the license. However, that is a process that takes time and is now a little bit longer because it does require the business to get a certificate of occupancy. So we're in that process. So we have prepared an applicability clause which indicates any existing business which by July 30th, 2024 had a permit and process number with the City of Miami Beach for the expansion of seating or occupancy shall be exempt from the limitation of enlargement and expansion listed in 7.55.4 hereof, and shall be permitted to enlarge or expand its occupancy and or seating capacity consistent with its permit application and retain its legal non-conforming entertainment establishment status. If the permit is abandoned, then the business shall be subject to all the limitations and regulations enumerated herein. The reason for this applicability clause is if we read section 7.5.5.4, it does recognize existing uses as non-conforming. However, it does specifically forbid them from being enlarged. And although this business isn't being enlarged, the cure of a defect looks on paper as an enlargement. If you like, I can hand out a copy of the applicability clause that I've given to staff.
Does staff have comments on that one?
Do you have any comments on this, Nick?
No, I think it's really a question for the board. If you'd like to exempt anyone from the ordinance who has an application pending, I think this ordinance is sweeping and it affects a number of different zoning districts. So I think the board should consider requests like this. But ultimately, it's your call.
And applicability clauses are something that the board and the city commission generally do pass and accept for those businesses that already have plans in place and have taken action. Unfortunately, because there is something as zoning in progress where once you pass this ordinance, my clients would be subject to it, it would really stop our process, and our current applications would not be able to be reviewed and proceed until the city commission heard this. And therefore, we do not want to waste that time or lose that time in order to correct this oversight. So I respectfully request that you approve this applicability clause, and if you like, again, I do have it to hand out if you'd like to read it.
Why would this include a zoning in progress already?
No, once the board takes action with a favorable recommendation on something that modifies the city code or, provides a reduction, say, in setbacks or uses, it becomes zoning in progress. And is effective immediately until the city commission modifies it or places the applicability in place.
But if she already has one in progress, it would stop hers?
Yes.
Yes, because you're only exempt from zoning in progress if you have a building permit or a land use board order or a CU approved prior to the date that the planning board transmits its recommendation.
So what will this do essentially to the, I guess, nightclubs or entertainment establishments that are not attached to a hotel on a go-forward basis?
Well, if they can continue their operation, the issue is expansion.
Correct, so they won't be able to expand. And this doesn't impose any other type of, I guess, operational restrictions on them? It's purely just tied to expansion?
It doesn't, yes, it's tied to expansion or, well, if they're under the threshold right now for what's in the code, then they could expand. But if they exceed the allowances or don't comply with the code requirements, they would not be able to expand.
Right, so the purpose of this is, I guess, to limit the standalone clubs and, nightlife establishments.
Correct.
Yep.
And then everything that's attached to a hotel would be able to expand.
Correct.
What is your club again?
Mango's Tropical Cafe.
Scott, do you have any
And they
comment?
have, as I indicated, the permits have, since 2004, every permit has reflected this seat count. The grease trap permit, which was just obtained and approved by the city just a couple of years ago, reflects this seat count. It's been an oversight between the city and the client that it hasn't been reflected on the certificate of use. So we're not increasing the seats. The seats are not increasing in any way, shape, or form. It is just to correct the oversight that it hasn't been reflected on the certificate of use. So it's not increasing, we're not increasing floor area, we're not increasing a single seat. It's just to have it properly reflected on the certificate of use.
Why can't that,
You're asking why we have to go through this step here to get that kind of
for
correction?
for her? It seems like if that's just if it's a mistake, then that could.
Unfortunately, the way that the code reads, if you're a legal non-conforming use, any expansion, any change, so if I went from 30 to 31 seats, that would literally be contrary to the code, and we would no longer be exempt from the regulations. So we would no longer be grandfathered into the use. So the way that the code, the new ordinance is written, we need an applicability clause in order to proceed with those permits that are in place to correct this oversight. And
This would
and
only
the
apply to-
applicability clause is very, very tight to specifically this type of permit, and it had to have been filed by today. So it wouldn't expand this to anybody coming tomorrow and filing this permit.
Is this something that could be amended, or?
I mean, yeah.
It's really up to the board. I mean, I think if you know, I've seen instances where applicants request the planning board to include an applicability clause. I've also seen applicants ask that the city commission include the applicability clause. If the board is not inclined to include it at this step, Ms. Enton could always present her request to the city commission, but it's your call.
And I will be presenting it again to the commission. It's just, we do have those permits in place. So if this board passes this without an applicability clause, my applications will cease to exist. They will be stopped, they will be abandoned. And unfortunately, also, Nick, one of the things now with the certificate of use and the certificate of occupancy, if you start that process and you don't respond or have anything done within 90 days, then it is deemed abandoned. So technically, by the time that the commission would hear this, my applications would be deemed abandoned.
I understand.
Does anyone have any objection to this? Does anyone feel uncomfortable with this?
No.
Okay.
I'd be happy to move this with the applicability clause.
Thank you.
And with a favorable recommendation.
Someone want to second it?
So I'll second that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we didn't take public comment on this. After Monica, I have Marilyn Freudlich on the line. Marilyn, did you want to speak on this ordinance for entertainment and supper clubs?
No, I had my hand up for the previous item, and apparently it wasn't noticed. But if I may, I would like to just say something about the palm trees.
Marilyn, we've
Let's-
already
let's-
voted on this, so I think we should move on. Sorry, Marilyn.
Sorry, Marilyn.
We got a
Thank
few
you.
more items to go. Thank you.
So we have a motion and second to transmit this ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
Before we
Yeah.
vote, can I ask just one question here? Is it loosening the conditional use permit requirement for certain sizes?
It is for establishments that are qualified supper clubs along Washington Avenue. It would allow them to increase the occupancy to 299 without coming to the planning board for a CUP. Right now, if you have entertainment and you're under 200, it does not require a CUP. If you're over 200, it does require a CUP. So it does relax that restriction for Washington Avenue for properties that are qualified as a supper club with annual food sales of at least 40%.
Who on Washington Avenue is a qualified supper club?
I don't know who meets that definition right now.
Well, Troy? Yeah. I see you.
All right, so we are going now to.
Can I just let Troy, just real quick? I just want to know who's the supper club.
Well, currently, there's only one, and I think they're under application right now off Espanola Way, and I have no idea why it escapes me what their name is, but that would be the only one at this point. Well, I'll take that back, and I believe that bar room was, or did have that designation, but they have since closed.
So is there any concern from staff about?
All right, so we're moving on to PB.
Oh, wait, we didn't
All right.
take a vote yet on
We
it.
didn't
so-
take a vote, but is there any concern, or, I mean, maybe this was your recommendation to increase the seat count for the CUP requirement?
I think with the provision that it's a qualified supper club, so it's going to have a substantial amount of food sales.
Okay.
This is not for nightclubs. That would be a concern. This is to sort of incentivize establishments to be a supper club, which has primary food sales and entertainment versus, a standalone nightclub.
And
Or a
Queen,
restaurant that's, masquerading as a nightclub.
an example of a supper club would be Queen.
You need a vote from everyone to approve?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. So all in favor on the transmittal of this ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that motion passes 6-0.
We got a few more items. All right, next one, PB 240697, eliminate 0.5 floor area ratio for bonus for hotels located within the CD2 district in South Beach.
So the board may remember a couple months ago, we reviewed an ordinance that would prohibit the FAR bonus for hotel projects in CD2 districts located on the north side. At the time, the Land Use Committee was evaluating the area along in South Beach, and so that's why this was separated from the prior ordinance. What this does is basically do the same thing as the prior ordinance and eliminates the FAR bonus for hotels in CD2 districts to go from 1.5 to 2.0, now citywide. So any sort of hotel project in a CD2 district would have to comply with a maximum FAR of 1.5 versus what they could go to now, which is 2.0. Now, in this case, we are recommending that the planning board include an applicability section, and that was in our ordinance, that was in our staff report, to include that applicability for any project that has a land use board file number and a notice to proceed as of, I think, July 1st of this year. So those projects would be exempt. That includes, for example, the project that we have that was deferred today along Washington Avenue. Correct, because they filed their application several months ago and sort of changing the requirements in midstream. That was a concern of staff and the applicant.
Okay, so do we have anyone on Zoom who wants to speak on this item? Anyone? Anyone in the room?
Good afternoon. My name is Roberto da Torre. I own property in Washington Avenue. In fact, my family owns the property in 1970. So that's more than 50 years that I've been. Maybe the Needleman family owns that property longer than I do. I also was a member of the planning board years ago, for many years. I want to thank the board that sent back to the Washington Avenue Association to see what our position was. Our position, we oppose the elimination of the 0.5 FIR. I think that Washington Avenue is a very unique commercial street. It is very busy. You got trucks, delivery trucks, you got buses, people all day long. So you cannot compare those type of street with other. Right now, it's a very tourist street. You have T-shirts, you have cafes, you have tattoos and all that. So the personality of that street is inclined more for an hotel than residence. You include in now part of the packages an incentive to do residential, but we don't know what those incentives are. So don't take away those property rights for the people that know property in Washington at this point of time. I think that it merits Washington Avenue to keep the 0.5 FIR. The 0.5 FIR not necessarily means that you're going to have more units. You can have bigger units too, using the additional FIR. Instead of doing 200 square feet, then you can do 300 square feet. You know, hotels are good for that city. They provide, resort taxes, and right now the occupancy rate is about 73% of hotels. So there is still a need to do hotels and try to do good hotels. So our position is that we oppose it, and we ask the board to send a message to the commission that we oppose the elimination of the 0.5 FIR, and I would like to keep it.
Thank you very much. Troy, you're here to speak too, right?
Yes, in addition to what he just said, I guess even if we were exempt from this, because several property owners feel like it's sort of a bait and switch, because 5 years ago when the incentives were put in place, some of them invested in Washington Avenue with the idea that the incentives would be available. And now that there are not, it has created, some turmoil, some issues, and some challenges for us. So if there's a way that we can be exempt from it, I think that would be best for Washington Avenue. In addition to what he mentioned, Washington Avenue is a very diverse avenue. And as I've mentioned on several times, we are probably, outside of New York City, one of the most diverse avenues in the United States, with educational facilities, both elementary and high school, museums, clubs, restaurants, bars, and everything that includes. So by adding more residents, I think we would have additional problems. So we are definitely opposed to elimination. Thank you.
Let me add to that. About 5 years ago, the city did a study with Siskovich, and they recommended incentives to do hotels on Washington Avenue, including the 0.5 FIR, the no parking, the reduction of the units, square feet, and even the height if you have 200 feet. So now, 5 years later, instead of
A lot of
having
things have happened in the
some
last few years where I think we've seen an increase of permanent residents and workforce here. So, but just to understand, Troy, you're against residential development on Washington?
No, we're not against
Okay, I felt like
We're not 100% opposed. We
Right.
think in some part it would be good, but it would just, the percentages cannot go up too high.
Well, what we say is that it's not really a street that is conducive to do it. Parking is meter parking instead of having parking like in, in the historic districts and stuff like that. So at this point of time, I think we should take it separate, the residential incentive, which we will, approve.
You're for the residential incentive without punishing the
But
hotel
do not
development.
take the 0.5 FIR to do hotels.
I think with the conversations I've had with the commissioners who are behind sponsoring this, I do understand the direction they're trying to take with Washington and seeing, attracting, some improvements and some development there, and to have more of a sort of dedicated area for workforce development. But I agree that it doesn't necessarily mean you got to take away the hotels. My own opinion is, I know we've had some bad experience with some of the hotels on Washington that we felt were noise issues with some of the residents. But I do think that some of this stuff needs to work simultaneously, where you got to keep on attracting some attractive, investors, and whether it's, hotels that are of a certain sort of clientele, so that you will be mixing well with some of the residential development we have there. But I don't think one needs to be exclusive from the other. So I think that kind of has to happen simultaneously, where you keep attracting some infrastructure upgrades from both sides.
Agreed.
Madam Vice Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
I heard the commission speak last week on Wednesday, and they said that they would be happy not to see any more hotels. They only wanted to see residential and/or mixed use. So I appreciate that you want to have the hotels. I feel like, I'm sorry?
I believe that was just one commissioner, not all of them.
It was 3. Actually, the 3 that are listed right here.
But again, that's still not a majority, and I think they would have to vote on that. Again, that's still not the majority, and I've had a similar discussion with commissioners who said they're in between, they don't quite know what direction they would go, would be depending upon the plan that was presented before them.
Again, I think it's unfair to try to squeeze some opportunities out. I mean, we have to deal with the case by cases when these get presented, these hotels. But I think that when we're trying to force something that is, the area is not ready for it. It needs some investment. So you need to stay open to the possibilities, and you're going to be shooting yourself in the foot if you just decide you're canceling out a whole category. It's not necessarily a problematic category. We have problems with certain operators, but not in the category.
This is not saying that you're taking away hotels, though. It's saying that you're taking away the 0.5.
Right, but you're taking
No, but
away
also
the
I think,
incentive.
I think the question would be, over the past 5 years since this was.
What's changed?
Meaning, so where's the, I guess,
Well, I think
investment been?
Right, but I think the trend now that we're seeing is that they're not just hotels that are being built, they're micro units that are
Correct.
being put in.
No, that's my point. So over the
Right.
past 5 years, we
What's
haven't
changed
seen
on
the
time, yeah,
investment,
exactly.
nothing's really changed. I think generally, seemingly, the city has been trying to go in a different direction based on, I guess, the current climate of Washington Avenue, right? And trying to incentivize some additional actual investment instead of keeping the status quo.
Well, sort of, but I think that has nothing to do with the changes that they're making. I think that has more to do with aesthetics. It has more to do with their investment in Washington Avenue I don't want to go down the line, but they have invested nothing in lighting, nothing in beautification, and that's a big problem on Washington Avenue. So there are other things that need to happen.
I think we all agree,
In addition,
by the way.
I would also say we had a COVID year. There are some other things that sort of took place, so it can't be just judged based upon the last 5 years. I know positively there are those who want to invest in Washington Avenue, but they're a little afraid because they're afraid that the commission or the city or the planning board may switch and bait like.
No, but if that was the case, to that point, if that was the case, then they would have applied because they would have gotten it in with this incentive.
That's not true. That's not
That is
true.
true. I mean, we just had,
That's not true.
as an example, we just had, this lady was representing her clients who submitted an application, regardless of how things
Right.
might change and what the planning board is trying to introduce.
I think that the project that was approved was an hotel, the one that is in 15 and Washington Avenue.
Right.
So that is an hotel use, and that's the incentive, that's the investment that the private sector is doing, believing that that's
It's eliminating the
that's the right
.5
way to go.
FAR. It's eliminating the .5 FAR in South Beach. It's not just Washington
It's
Avenue.
Collins Avenue. too.
And well,
The bonus is only applicable to the CD2 district, so the code
It's
says the
South
FAR is
Beach.
1.5, but if you do, in, the current code, a mixed-use building which includes residential and hotel, then you can do a 2.0 FAR, provided that at least 0.5 of that is for residential or hotel. This still allows hotel,
correct.
but you would be maxed out at the maximum FAR of 1.5.
But they're here today just for an exception for Washington.
No, no,
But
but
they
that's
are-
basically what the ordinance applies to, is Washington.
Only on Washington this here applies to.
Maybe there's,
CD2 is only Washington?
Well, it also includes Alton Road.
maybe there's a way, I know, what Roberta's concern is. And I understand what the commission's doing, and I do agree with it, but I'm looking at more, when you look at Washington Avenue further south, I mean, there's more, it borders on the Flamingo Park neighborhood and borders on a lot of residential. Maybe there's a way where maybe on the northern end, sort of a city center area, Lincoln Road area, for some of the properties up there, just to recommend to the city to leave it in place, and have the incentive go away for, again, I mean, I know his property's on 16th. If that's his concern, leave that in, maybe that from there south, this would apply. And in the areas of Washington are much more commercial, leave it in and just see if, and put in, if we do that, I'd recommend a sunset clause, to see if there's any more developers out there that maybe want to do that in that part of the city, in that part of Washington Avenue. And if after so many years it doesn't happen, then it goes away.
The fact that that we don't have so many development, because it's so hard to go through the process of doing a project here on the city. I have people coming and asking me 2 years in order to see if they can get the project approved.
So where have
tell
they
you.
been?
Huh?
Where have they been in 2 years? And why don't we have improved lighting and stuff? What is, is that the bid that has control over that? I'm not quite sure.
No, I mean, we do not have, well, we actually do control the lighting down the median. It comes out of Washington Avenue's budget. In addition to Espanola Way lighting, it comes out of Washington Avenue's budget of something that I don't believe should be coming out of Washington Avenue's budget. It should be coming out of the city.
City,
The
sure.
city should be paying for the
Okay.
lighting in addition to improvements, in addition to beautification. But now we're stuck with that bill, and it's something that has to change. And it's really creating a problem with potential investors wanting to come to Washington
I
Avenue.
tell you, I'm a property owner, and it's very rough right now. It's very hard even to get insurance.
But-
And they have gone ballistic. The same with real estate. So
My
We
standard,
need not to limit
Does this,
what you can do with
out
the
of all the
property.
neighborhoods for me, in my humble opinion, Washington is the one that needs the most help in developing and upgrading out of all the neighborhoods we have. And I just feel little resistance of putting any blockage and them attracting, development that'll just beautify, make that place a more attractive place. We hear everyone talking about wanting to see less clubs and less of the T-shirt and smoke shops and all the rest.
But
So
then
we have to allow for some more upscale business to be
I
attractive.
agree, but also we've got, I mean, is this the bid or the city that does this? You can probably help me. I see, when I'm going down Washington Avenue, I see the pole signs that say culture, pub crawl and drinks and this vodka and all that. I mean, does that help? I mean, I don't.
They're working with what they have.
I can answer
Right,
that.
but
Yeah, I mean.
But take those down and maybe better development will come. I mean.
Well, no, because what it says, it's landmarks. There, it says Muhammad Ali. It says Jackie Gleason. It says
I'm not talking
Prince.
about those. I'm talking about the alcohol stuff.
That's
You're
only
talking about
one.
the light
That was
pole- you're
something
talking
that.
about the light pole banners.
Yes, the
only-
light bulb banners.
Right, there's probably only 4 of them, and it promoted something called Barluza, which was a national bartending competition that
It's
happened.
not on Collins. Why?
What do you mean it's not
It's
on
not. I
Collins?
don't see those on Collins
Well-
Avenue.
Well, because Washington Avenue hosted the event, and we attracted about 1,500 people to the event. So it's something that we are promoting to bring people to Washington Avenue. So that's why you see the advertise. There's
Sure.
nothing like that should be on Collins.
I guess I'm trying to look at Melissa's point as well as thinking about how we're trying to change things, and if we are just, I mean, are we promoting good new hotels? Are we promoting bars? What are we doing? I
mean,
guess
this is your neighborhood, but my view of it is that if you want to attract some nicer businesses, you have to have people and clientele close to that to be using it on a regular basis. If you're attracting people to live there, nice hotels, you can automatically start attracting better businesses.
So Elizabeth and Melissa, the next item on the agenda is to do that. So
I didn't see
looking at this one in a vacuum, I could understand the apprehensiveness, right? It seems that we're taking away perhaps the right to build hotels at a certain level. But at the same time, this almost goes hand in hand where there is potential to increase the amount of residential use on the street. So
I
think you
understand,
have,
but we don't know that yet, how that's going to happen. Perhaps then you should wait until those incentives come in so that, property owners can see, okay, fine, they taking away this, but they giving me that.
Right.
But we're
But
not
that is,
there yet.
that is next, meaning these are the residential use incentives that
And
we're gonna be talking
I
about right
also
after this.
know that North Beach needs hotels, especially in the CD2 area, Normandy. I think that is also, am I correct
that's
there?
already been covered.
North Beach was already modified, so that was
Did I
already.
not see, what am I?
It's just striking one line, right? Or even just a portion of a sentence.
See, it does say, it says, as well as the North Beach CD2 districts on Normandy and along Collins.
That was modified
And then it referred
previously.
on the 28th. Okay. Sorry, my microphone's still
I
on.
think it
Sorry.
comes down to, for us, in my heart, I just believe that as Washington Avenue goes, so does Miami Beach. And historically, it has always been the place to go for tourists and for locals alike. I mean, I can see pictures back when there really have never really been a lot of residents on Washington Avenue. So what we would be introducing is something brand new that we would hope work. But Washington Avenue, we really don't have the budget to do what we would like to do. I know that's not really your discussion, but I have no issue telling you, our budget is only $500,000 a year. That's no money. Lincoln Road's budget is $1.5 million a year. Ocean Drive gets $2 million a year. The other bids, such as Wynwood, gets $2.5 million a year.
Are you a
Coral Gables
self-taxing?
gets almost $2.5 million a year, and we tax ourselves to improve
you are
what we can.
self-taxing. All right.
Can we
Yes.
just, I'm just
Yeah,
gonna,
go ahead.
I mean, I just want to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation. I understand the issues and I get
Can-
it,
can-
but
I would just like to say one last thing on that, though. Again, sometimes we're safer, I understand the direction we're moving, I just feel that in the next item that we're looking at, we're looking to encourage development for residence use. And so maybe we let that sort of determine what happens if it attracts the right, but I think that we're taking something away with not, it's not like they're asking for an increase in hotel and trying to favor hotel development. I just think we shouldn't penalize it right now by taking that away.
but I don't think you're penalizing because the applications that were submitted already, I mean, are there any applications that were submitted?
Well, the application that's been submitted is the one that was deferred today
1500.
on Washington Avenue for 1509.
Right.
But we are recommending that those,
Correct,
those
that application would
Those
still-
are.
be
those
exempt
will
from
be-
these
That's
provisions.
exempt, right, and so I just don't think it's.
What's being discussed here is
penalizing.
for current property owners that don't have any application.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, you want to make a motion for that?
Motion to approve of staff's recommendation.
And that's with the applicability section.
Right.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Cement. All in favor?
Okay, can I please ask that,
Sir,
Would
sir,
you
the board,
send
the
to
board,
that-
sir,
You
the
gotta
board is in
vote.
the middle of a vote.
They
Okay.
have to vote.
All in favor?
No,
Any opposed?
opposed.
Ms. Beatty opposed?
okay, can I ask that the recommendation, when it goes to the commission, that the planning board say that Washington Avenue was opposed to the,
Jared, can we
to
add that?
this?
Well, I mean, I assume they'll hear it, but also you should go to the
Oh,
commission.
of course,
I'll be there.
of course.
Trust me, I'm sure you'll be there.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess we just gave a recommendation.
Well,
It's
but-
all up to the
yeah, but-
commission.
The issue came before the board, and the board asked the director, go to Washington Avenue. and
No, I
give
know.
the
I
point of
think
view.
I'm actually the one who made that motion
Okay, thank you very much.
to get that
And
feedback.
So that's why I say, okay, it was sent to Washington Avenue, and White National made a strong opposition to the FIR.
And the memo does say on page 209 that on April 11th, city staff presented to the Washington Avenue bid, and the members of the bid were not supportive of a
Okay.
rollback of the 0.5. However, the members were all supportive of incentives for increasing and promoting residential development. So that is in the memo. That will be included
Okay.
when this goes to the city commission.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Stick around for part two.
All right, next we have PB 240695 Washington Avenue Residential Use Incentive.
And this item includes two items. One is a comprehensive plan amendment, which is PB 24-0695, and PB 24-0696, which is the land development regulations. Now, what this ordinance does, it applies to Washington Avenue and allows some tangible incentives to create non-transient residential uses on Washington Avenue from Fifth to 16th Street. All incentives are predicated on the following: that non-transient residential apartment units only be allowed, no residential units shall exceed 1,200 square feet in size, and a minimum micromobility component within the interior of the structure, accessible by all units be provided. This also eliminates the minimum off-street parking requirement for residential projects. It does require parking for staff. That's been included as part of a recommendation from the Land Use and Sustainability Committee meeting. Now, the most tangible benefit is it does increase the FAR from 2.0 to 3.0 for properties that are non-transient residential or include non-transient residential projects. It also provides a benefit for the height. It allows a increase in height from 50 to 75 feet, and the current maximum height for hotels would be reduced from 75 feet to 50 feet. It would also allow a further incentive beyond the 75 feet, up to 100 feet in height, provided that there's no off-street parking provided on the site. The project provides minimum micromobility requirements. It would also reduce or eliminate the mobility fee and provide a sunset provision for projects that have obtained a full building permit by September 1st, 2030. And it also provides for an enhanced and expedited process for permitting of the project. Now, because these ordinances require an increase in FAR, it's required to go to this six-step process. This is the first step in that process, where after this meeting, we will schedule a public workshop, provide more information, and get input from the community. This will come back to the planning board after that workshop with a final recommendation. It'll go to the city commission for first reading. After the city commission hears it one time, there'll be a second city commission workshop before final adoption at the second public hearing before the city commission. So right now, we're just recommending that the board, asking the board review this and provide any sort of comments and continue both these ordinances for the comp plan and LDR text amendments to the September 24th meeting. In the meantime, we plan on having the community workshop meeting sometime in early September, and we'll bring back to you the comments and feedback from the community at that time.
So we don't need to vote right now, it's just for our feedback.
The vote for this will be just to review it and continue it to the September meeting and provide any sort of comments and recommendations.
Just one clarification, this is for any residential use. It doesn't matter if use as residential now, or only if you have an hotel and you want to turn it into residential.
Right, so that doesn't, it just require that any sort of project taking advantage of the incentives be residential as a new project. So if you have a
Okay.
hotel now,
It doesn't
you could
matter.
demolish the
Okay.
hotel, come in with a
And
brand
then
new
if it's
building.
residential, then you also
Right, it's not,
get
so,
incentive.
unlike the ordinance we saw earlier this morning, it required that you had to have an established, transient use such as hotel to convert it to take advantage of the incentives. In this case, it applies to sort of any residential development.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have anyone on Zoom?
There is nobody on Zoom with their hand raised.
All right, did you guys want to comment on this before we start? All right, let's go.
They're
ahead.
not in favor.
Elizabeth, do you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you. This would be for non-transient? No
Correct.
micro units?
Right,
No,
this
none
is-
of that? This is real? living.
Short-term rentals are prohibited.
No short-term rentals.
Expressly prohibited.
Supposedly. And they're small.
It's not that they're prohibited, it's that
True,
in
fair
order
enough, sorry
to
about that.
be eligible
Yep.
for the, sorry,
Yep.
to
You
be
wouldn't
for the
be-
voluntary
you wouldn't be
incentive,
able to do
an
that.
applicant has to proffer, yes.
Well said.
You wouldn't be able, but I just want to clarify that that's,
Right, to use this incentive,
Okay.
you would not be able to rent your property on a
and
short-term
that's in
basis.
perpetuity, it would be covenanted?
Yes.
Thank you.
Question for me, how, is there any way to ensure that these units remain rentals versus condos? I know I've asked you this before, but the way that the language is currently, I guess, Ren, is there any way to ensure that that happens?
You want them to stay rentals, not become.
Meaning, I think one of the goals of the commission in suggesting this is to increase the residential stock living in the city, which we need to have some type of affordability component to it. If these become kind of the high-end condos, then that kind of goes by the wayside and doesn't really solve more people living on the beach.
Can we really dictate that, though?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
I don't think you can.
I don't think we can as a matter of law. I mean, I think for zoning purposes, the use is residential, right? Whether it's whether it's a building or units that are rented or whether they're individually owned, for zoning purposes, the use is the same. And I don't think there would be a legal basis to distinguish between the two.
They're trying to limit we have a limit on the size, so I guess that's part
Yeah,
of
it
trying
would
to
limit, so
prevent
you're not going to have like large luxury units.
Right.
You're limiting it to 1,200 square feet. Now, this wouldn't prevent somebody, let's say a building is a residential condo building. If somebody wants to rent their unit for 6 months and a day, that's perfectly fine under the ordinance. You can rent your apartment for 6 months and a day. That's not considered.
Yeah, but
transient.
again, as you know, if the city kind of keeps on the track of building just luxury product, then you're going to continue to see the trend of so many people being priced out of living on Miami Beach.
But
which
did you
is
see
part of the
this?
problem we're
Did you
having.
see that it says no residential unit shall exceed 1,200 square feet in size?
Well, sure,
That's
but you
really
could still
not-
have beautiful, 1,100 square foot condo.
Now,
which-
what about the height of these units? Like right, to your point about luxury units that are 1,100 square feet, but could the height of the ceilings be something that could be looked at as well?
Well, the floor plates are, I mean,
I don't think you want to force people
I
to.
don't think so.
Do
Well,
lower
'cause
ceilings.
this morning or earlier this afternoon,
It
they're
says
between
the
11.
maximum height is 75 feet. So.
That's for the building, though.
But the,
You're talking
The
about
building,
limiting.
but who, does it matter if you're?
You're talking about
if you've
limiting
got
the floor-to-ceiling
9-foot
height.
ceilings or
floor to
12-foot
ceiling
ceilings?
heights, yes.
It doesn't matter if you've got 9-foot ceilings or 12-foot ceilings. I mean, you're still got 1,200 square feet.
But
And
the-
you'd have less units. You'd have far fewer units than you would if you were having, 59-foot
But
ceiling units.
so I didn't ask, but I'm pretty sure if I would have asked about their floor to ceiling heights of this unit, because the diagram showed, they're between 11.5 feet and 15 feet.
I
Right,
mean,
and
They're rentals.
That's more condo height.
That's condo, but you're, to your point about trying to prevent this from becoming, high-end luxury units instead of being more attainable, affordable and workforce, is that a tool that could be used, to limit, to say, like, I'm throwing a number out there, but 9 feet or.
So you're saying basically if you're putting high ceilings, also comes a high, you'll have less units, you'll have a higher price on each unit.
You want more
So you're trying to
units?
prevent-
No, this doesn't change the number of units, but it
He just wants to ensure that it's workforce.
but
Well,
it changes.
there's
like, the-
nothing to ensure
You
its
can't,
workforce. They're gonna develop it to the highest potential and maximum money that could be developed in the property. No one's gonna take less rent, but Matthew's saying that if you limit the ceiling heights to a certain number, then maybe that's gonna help tampen
Correct.
down
Right.
the maximum rental or the maximum sale price.
right.
Yeah.
So is that a way to do it?
I guess we could limit the, I wouldn't go less than 10 feet.
Nick looks concerned.
Well, can we
floor to
just,
floor.
we can flag it for the workshops. I mean,
Yeah.
just something to discuss. And we're not voting on anything now. We're just giving our thoughts and I can make a motion already, but
It says that
I want
there's
to
a
let everybody finish, but.
Potential increase of 1,604 residential units.
Well, yeah, because we're basically
That's not a lot.
increasing the FAR.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
It's not, the area is limited.
Small area.
Yeah,
Small
it's, that's what I mean. I mean,
This is just step one. Let's roll it out across the city.
I think overall it kind of,
Motion, Jonathan?
everyone's on board?
All right.
I make a motion to
I
continue
just
this
motion
to
to continue it
September.
till.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Wait, who made the motion?
Nick
Jonathan
made the
and
motion.
Yukio.
To continue
Yeah.
to the September meeting? And that's for both items, the comp plan amendment and
That's
the land
correct.
And
development
the LDR
regulations.
amendments, yeah. All right, we're done. That's it for today. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
We'll see everybody on September 24th.
Congratulations to Jonathan on the birth of Noah.